Hey friends, about 70% of folks watching my videos aren't subscribed. If you enjoy these stories, consider subscribing. It really helps the channel grow. Drop a like, leave a comment, and let me know where you're tuning in from. The first time I saw the claw marks, I thought they were a trick of the light. A branch might be dragged across the bark in the night. But the marks were too precise, too deep. They were fresh and they were everywhere. It was my second week alone at the Pine Ridge National Park, stationed in the southeast corner of the forest, far from any sort of civilization. The ranger station was just a small wooden building, barely more than a shack, with a few tools and a radio that barely worked. My job was simple enough. Patrol the trails, check the campsites, keep an eye on things. This place, this stretch of land, felt different. The woods were dense, almost oppressive, and the trees themselves seemed to close in around you, casting long shadows that never seemed to move with the sun. I had grown used to the silence, the occasional creaking of branches or the distant rustle of animals in the underbrush. But lately the woods had started to feel heavier, like something was watching. It was subtle, but it was there. And then came the smells. Sour, rancid odors that hung in the air like a cloud, clinging to the back of your throat and making your skin crawl. That come and go, never lasting long enough to track down, but they were unmistakable. The locals, when I bothered to ask, spoke of something in the woods. A creature. Some said it was just an old story, a myth to scare tourists and keep them out of certain areas. Others spoke of a thing with eyes that glowed in the dark, a shadow that moved like a man but wasn't. They said it took hikers, campers, people who ventured too far from the beaten path. Don't go near the old pines, they warned. Something's out there. I didn't believe it at first. Too many tall tales and too much whiskey around the fire. But when I came across the first sign, deep gouges in the bark of a tree as though something had clawed its way up, I started to wonder. It wasn't the only one. As I made my way deeper into the woods, the marks grew more frequent, more pronounced, and they weren't just on trees anymore. Rocks, fallen logs, anywhere. Something might leave a mark. It was like the woods themselves were being torn apart. Then came the clearing. I stumbled across it by accident, stepping off the main trail in search of a campsite that hadn't been used in weeks. The air was still too still and the scent was stronger here. Thick, almost metallic. The ground was disturbed, trampled down, like something large had passed through. At the center of the clearing, just past a ring of twisted pines, was a patch of earth torn up as if something had been dug from it. The dirt was dark, wet, as though the soil had been soaked in blood. I didn't have time to think, not before I heard it. A sound like cracking bones. Something heavy breathing deep, moving through the brush behind me. I turned too late. The creature was there, standing at the edge of the trees. It was tall, easily 7 feet, with thick matted fur that blended into the shadows. Its eyes were glowing, faint but unmistakable in the dim light, and its claws, long curved, glistened as it stepped forward. I didn't wait to see what it would do next. I ran like I'd never run before, every instinct screaming to put distance between myself and that thing. My heart pounded so hard I could feel it in my throat with every footstep, a desperate, frantic plea to get away. The creature cleared the trees. They all blurred together in the chaos, a haze of terror that made it hard to focus on anything but the sound of my own breath, ragged and harsh in the still air. I could hear it behind me, moving quickly, too quickly for something so large. The branches of the pines cracked and groaned as it pursued me. Its breath, a low growl that rattled my bones. I dared to glance over my shoulder just for a moment, and saw it again. Its eyes glowed brighter now, red as blood, and its massive claws scraped the ground like a predator testing its prey. I should have known it was faster than me. It was already gaining on me. I felt a surge of panic, my mind racing to figure out what to do, but All I could see were the trees, the never-ending wall of pines that stretched out in every direction. Then I tripped. My foot caught on a rock and I went sprawling face first into the dirt. My hands scraped the ground, leaving a bloody trail as I pushed myself up. By the time I was back on my feet, I could hear it closer now, so close that I could almost feel its breath on the back of my neck. My thoughts scattered. I didn't know where to go or what I was even running from, not really. Was it the creature itself or something deeper, something worse that I couldn't quite understand? There had been rumors, stories from the locals, things whispered around campfires, but no one ever talked about it like it was real. No one had ever seen it up close. But I had, and now I was being hunted. I stumbled toward the edge of the woods, toward the path that led back to the ranger station, but the creature was faster. He was already cutting through the underbrush, anticipating my moves. I could hear the heavy thuds of its steps, each one growing louder and closer. I didn't know how much longer I could keep running. My legs were aching, my body screaming for a break, but I couldn't stop, not with that thing behind me. Then there was a crack, sharp and sudden like thunder in the forest. A badge above me snapped, and for just a moment I thought it might have been the end. The creature was there directly above me, looming from the shadows of the trees. I could see the outline of its massive form towering over me, and then it lunged. I barely had time to react. The creature's claws scraped the air, inches from my face, its breath hot and fetid. I ducked just in time, the weight of it crashing down behind me, sending a gust of air that pushed me forward. My hands hit the ground and I rolled, desperate to put some space between us. But the forest was closing in and I was already too far from the trail. The trees crowded around me, their thick trunks like walls, their branches stretching out like fingers trying to trap me. It growled a low, rumbling sound that seemed to vibrate in my chest, and I could feel the ground tremble beneath me as it lunged again. I wasn't fast enough this time. One of its claws caught my shoulder, raking through the fabric of my jacket and into my skin. I cried out at the pain, sharp and immediate, but I didn't have time to dwell on it. I pushed myself to my feet, ignoring the blood dripping from my shoulder, and sprinted again, weaving through the trees, my vision blurred by the adrenaline that coursed through me. But I could hear it always behind me, the sound of its heavy steps and that growling, terrifying growling that never seemed to stop. I didn't know where I was going anymore. The woods were a maze of shadows, and the sky had begun to darken. The sun had been swallowed by the canopy above. My only thought was to get away, to survive. And it wasn't just the creature that haunted me. It was the message it had left behind. They are watching. I hadn't realized it until now, but it had spoken. I don't know words exactly, but in the way it moved, the way it seemed to know exactly where I was going, even as I tried to run in circles. And that phrase, those words, echoed in my mind. What did it mean? Who was watching and why? I had no answers, only questions, and the monster hot on my heels. I ran for what felt like hours, my body numb with exhaustion, but my mind still racing. My shoulder throbbed with pain, my breath came in ragged gasps, but I couldn't stop. Not yet. The ranger station wasn't far now, I could make it. I had to, but then the forest opened up and I found myself at the edge of a cliff. There was nowhere to go. The trees were too thick behind me to go back, the drop below me was too far to survive. I was trapped. The creature was close now, its shadow stretching long across the ground, blocking out the last bit of fading daylight. And that growl, it was louder now, closer than ever. I turned to face it, the fear in my chest like a cold weight. There was no more running, this was it. And then, just as I thought it would tear me apart, something changed. The creature hesitated. For a moment, time itself seemed to stop, as though the forest held its breath. The growl died in its throat, replaced by an eerie silence that seemed even worse than the pursuit. It stood there watching me, the glowing eyes. now less intense but no less menacing, blinked slowly as if considering its next move. I didn't know why it stopped. I didn't know if it had grown bored or if it had some kind of twisted understanding of what was happening. The heart hammered in my chest, my breath shallow and quick, but I stayed frozen. I knew I couldn't outrun it anymore, and there was no more hiding. It had me cornered. The creature sniffed the air, its head tilted to one side like a curious animal. I thought about bolting, about making a break for the trees again, but I knew I wouldn't make it. It would catch me. It would kill me. So I stood still, staring back into its glowing eyes, waiting for something to happen. And something did. It backed away slowly and methodically, as though it had decided I wasn't worth the chase after all. The creature turned and began retreating into the trees, moving with surprising grace for something so massive. Its long claws scraped the bark of the trees as it disappeared into the shadows. I was left standing there at the edge of the cliff, gasping for air and wondering if I had imagined the whole thing. But I hadn't. The pain in my shoulder was real. The blood soaking my shirt was real. And the fear that still clung to me was real. The creature hadn't spared me because I'd done something right. It had simply chosen not to finish me off. I didn't know why, and I didn't care to find out. I was alive, and that was enough for now. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across the forest floor as I stumbled toward the ranger station, my steps shaky, my body aching. I wanted to collapse, to forget this day ever happened. I couldn't. The words echoed in my head again. They are watching. Who are they? The creature. Someone else. Something else. The thought nagged at me, scratching at the edges of my mind as I made my way back to safety. By the time I reached the ranger station, the pain in my shoulder had become unbearable. I staggered through the door, my vision swimming, and collapsed onto the floor. My mind raced with questions, each one more terrifying than the last. But I had no answers. Not yet. All I knew was that I wasn't alone out here, and whatever I had seen, it was just the beginning. The night passed in a blur, the pain in my shoulder throbbing with every breath, the blood soaking my shirt, a constant reminder of how close I had come to dying. I couldn't sleep. Not really. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw it again, those glowing eyes, that hulking form stepping out of the trees, its claws scraping against the ground, and always those words. They are watching. It echoed in my head like a taunt, a puzzle I had no way of solving. The next morning I could barely move my arm, but I knew I couldn't stay in the station. I had to figure out what the hell was going on. There was something I wasn't seeing, some piece of the puzzle that I was missing. The creature was part of it, no doubt, but it wasn't the whole story. No, it was only the start. I cleaned the wound as best I could, bandaging it up with the supplies in the first aid kit, and set out, heading back toward the clearing where I'd first encountered the creature. I didn't know why I felt the need to go back. Maybe it was the hope that I could find something, anything that would give me an answer. Or maybe it was the stubborn, nagging feeling that I needed to finish what I'd started, to see this through to the end, no matter the cost. The forest was quiet again, too quiet. The air hung heavy, thick with something I couldn't name. As I pushed deeper into the woods, I could feel it like the very trees were watching me. I'd been a park ranger for years, but this place, this corner of the forest, felt different. It felt wrong. I arrived at the clearing by mid-afternoon. It looked untouched, the ground still disturbed. The air was thick with that same sour stench I had smelled before. I knelt beside the torn earth, my fingers brushing the ground, and that's when I saw it. The mark small at first, but unmistakable, a symbol carved into the dirt, like someone or something had scratched it there with its claws. It wasn't like any symbol I'd ever seen, but I had a feeling it wasn't meant to be understood by someone like me. I looked around the clearing, scanning the trees, the rocks, the earth. I had no idea what I was looking for, but I was certain there was something here. And then I saw it. Just beyond the edge of the clearing, partially hidden by a thicket of trees, was something unnatural, a hole. A dark, gaping opening in the earth, barely noticeable, as though it had been deliberately concealed. I approached it cautiously, my every step a calculated risk. As I drew closer, the air grew colder and the smell intensified. I could almost taste it now. Something metallic, something wrong. My heart raced as I peered into the hole, trying to make out what lay beyond. At first, it was just darkness. But then, as my eyes adjusted, I saw the faintest outline of something man-made. I didn't hesitate. I dropped to my knees and began clearing away the dirt and foliage, my breath coming faster now, the adrenaline kicking in. As I dug, I uncovered what looked like a door, a metal hatch, rusted, old, but unmistakably human-made. My pulse quickened. What the hell was this? A bunker? A secret facility? I reached out, my fingers trembling, and pulled the door open. Inside was a tunnel that stretched down into the earth, pitch black, and as I peered into it, a sudden chill ran through me. This wasn't just some old, forgotten structure. No, this was something else. Something much worse. I could feel it in the pit of my stomach. And as I stood there staring down into the darkness, I heard a noise, a low, distant growl. The same growl I had heard before. It was coming from below. I couldn't move. The growl echoed from deep within the tunnel, vibrating the ground beneath me. For a moment, everything in the world seemed to narrow down to just that sound. It was low and it sent a chill through my body that went far beyond the fear I had felt the day before. This wasn't just a creature, this was something worse, more calculated, more dangerous. I stood there frozen, my hands still gripping the rusted hatch. My mind raced, flashing back to the words the creature had left me with. They are watching. Watching what? Why would they be down here? I could hear the growl again, closer this time, and it was followed by a soft scraping sound. It was moving toward me, and I knew I didn't have much time. I had to decide, go into the tunnel and confront whatever was waiting for me, or run. Running didn't feel like an option anymore. I swallowed hard, the taste of fear sharp on my tongue, and took a step forward, then another, each one echoing in the oppressive silence. The tunnel was dark, almost suffocating, and the air smelled of decay and damp earth. I could feel the walls closing in around me as I descended, each step heavier than the last. The growl was constant, now reverberating through the walls like the heartbeat of the very place itself. I wasn't alone. The tunnel seemed to stretch forever, winding and twisting beneath the earth, but I pressed on. There was something down here, something that had been waiting for me. I didn't know what it was, but I couldn't turn back. What now? Finally, the tunnel opened up into a large chamber. My flashlight flickered as I stepped inside the beam, sweeping across the stone walls, and then landed on something that made my blood run cold. In the center of the room was a table. It looked like something out of a nightmare, metal, cold, and gleaming under the dim light of my flashlight. But it wasn't the table that caught my attention. It was the things that were strapped to it. Bodies. Human bodies. Their arms twisted and mutilated, their limbs bent at unnatural angles, their faces frozen in a permanent expression of terror. What made my stomach churn wasn't just the mutilation, it was the fact that they were still alive. Just barely, but alive. And there, standing over them, was something I hadn't expected, a man. A scientist, or at least someone who looked the part. He wore a white lab coat, his hands stained with something dark, his eyes wide and wild, with a kind of madness that sent a tremor of dread through my entire body. He didn't seem surprised to see me, he didn't even acknowledge my presence at first, instead muttering to himself, pulling levers, pressing buttons, and watching the monitors around him as if everything was perfectly normal. "Did you think it was just one?" he asked suddenly, his voice hollow and cracked. "Did you think the creature was the only one they let loose?" The words hit me like a punch to the gut. They, who were they? What did he mean by let loose? I stepped forward, my voice shaky as I called out, "What is this? What have you done?" He finally turned to me, his eyes wild and desperate. "You don't understand. You never will. This isn't just one creature. It's the start of something bigger. Something they've been working on for years. You're too late. It's already too late." His eyes flicked to the bodies on the table, and then he laughed. A low, deranged sound that echoed off the stone walls. "I was trying to fix it," he said, his voice trembling, "but it's too far gone now. There's nothing left to fix." The growl came again, louder this time, and I felt it deep in my chest. I turned, and my heart racing, and saw a shadow moving in the darkness beyond the chamber. The creature no more than one. I didn't wait to see what came next. I turned and ran, the sound of the growls growing louder, the walls closing in, and the knowledge that this wasn't just about one beast. This was something much, much worse. And now it was my problem. I didn't look back. The growls were growing louder, the sound of heavy footfalls shaking the ground beneath me. The tall seemed to close in on me, but I didn't slow down. My breath came in ragged gasps as I sprinted through the darkness. A sharp smell of decay clung to the air. I could hear the scraping sound of claws against stone. The soft whisper of movement that promised something far worse was following me. I didn't know how much farther I could go. My legs burned on my shoulder throbbed with each step, but I had no choice. Whatever was behind me was faster and more powerful than I could comprehend. I could feel it closing in. The sound of its pursuit became unbearable. Then, just as the tunnel began to twist once more, I saw a shadow. A massive, hulking figure that emerged from the darkness like a nightmare made real. Its fur was matted and filthy, its glowing eyes like twin lanterns in the blackness. It was the creature, but it wasn't alone. There were others, at least 3 or maybe 4, grotesque and twisted versions of the first. I froze. The first one lunged at me, its claws slashing through the air with terrifying speed. I barely managed to dodge, throwing myself to the sides. The edge of its claws grazed my arm. The pain was sharp, but I had no time to feel it. The creature came again, this time from my right. I couldn't move fast enough, and I braced for the impact. But it never came. The explosion rocked the tunnel. The wall went white. For a second, everything was lost in a blinding flash of light and sound. The blast sent me flying, my body slamming against the wall with bone-crushing force. I tasted blood in my mouth and couldn't breathe as I gasped, struggling to comprehend what had just happened. The growling stopped. I struggled to open my eyes, my vision blurry, the ringing in my ears almost deafening. But then, through the smoke and dust, I saw them. Men in black suits, armed with weapons I couldn't identify, moved into the tunnel with precise, coordinated steps. Their leader, a tall man with cold, calculating eyes, stepped forward. "We shouldn't have come here," he said, his voice calm and steady even in the chaos. The creatures, disoriented from the blast, were staggering and confused. But they weren't done. The larger one, probably the leader, let out a roar and charged toward the men. A gunshot rang out, and the beast's forward momentum halted as a bullet pierced its skull. It fell lifeless. The others weren't far behind. The men fired with lethal efficiency, each shot finding its mark. The creatures fell one by one until the tunnel was silent once more. I lay on the floor trying to make sense of everything, the scientists, the bodies, the creatures, and now these men. Who were they? The leader turned to me. His expression unreadable, he said. "You've seen too much, Ranger. We can't let you walk away from this." I swallowed hard, my mind racing. What is this? "It's a government project," he said flatly. "A failed experiment. You weren't meant to be involved, but now that you are," he glanced at the carnage and back at me. "We can have loose ends." My pulse quickened. dread creeping over me. "What are you gonna do to me?" He didn't answer at first. Instead, he motioned for his men to clear the bodies. The tunnel was quiet again, but I could still hear the distant echoes of the creature's growls in my mind. And then the leader turned and gave a single command: take him out. The frost of Alaska's north is unlike any chill I've ever known, and I've been up here for years now. My name is Rick Mason, and I've been a park ranger in the vast wilderness of Denali National Park for just shy of a decade. My role is to protect the land, keep tourists safe, and handle whatever wild encounters come my way. But lately it's been harder to convince myself that I'm just dealing with nature's usual chaos. Something more sinister is afoot. I don't know if I'm prepared to face it. I never used to believe in the outlandish stories that float around small towns like those in Alaska. Myths about creatures in the woods, things you'd only hear whispered around campfires. But what I have seen over the past few weeks has changed that. The reports have been piling up: hikers gone missing, sightings of strange creatures, and worst of all, bodies. Bodies that don't look like they've been mauled by any bear, wolf, or wild animal. These bodies are different. They have a certain deformity to them. The first body was found near the base of Mount McKinley. It was a group of backpackers, 3 of them who had been out in the wilderness for a week. Their bodies were discovered by another group deep in the brush, and the condition was unlike anything the officers had seen before. It didn't take long before whispers of the dogmen started to spread. People started making connections between the gruesome deaths and the mysterious folklore surrounding the creature, but that didn't sit right with me. I'm a man of science, not superstition. I remember the day I got called in. It was the dead of winter, a clear afternoon with the wind carrying that biting edge that makes your face ache. The dispatcher said a group of hunters had found something disturbing up near the old Doyen station. They wanted me to check it out. I don't know why, but something told me this wouldn't be like any other case I'd handled. When I arrived at the site, the smell hit me first. A sickening, rotting odor that made my stomach turn. The snow around the station had been disturbed, as if something massive had recently passed through. As I got closer to the cabin, the body of one of the hunters came into view, half buried in the snow. His face was frozen in an expression of terror. His eyes wide, pupils dilated. But what made my blood run cold was the way he was mutilated. His throat had been ripped open, but the cut wasn't clean. It was jagged, like something with claws had torn into him. I had no idea what I was dealing with, but it was clear that whatever it wasn't a normal predator. I knelt down beside the body, trying to steady myself. My mind raced, trying to think logically. There had to be an explanation, some rational reason for this, but deep down I knew there wasn't. The tracks around the body were not like anything I'd ever seen before. Large elongated footprints, almost human, but not quite. And there were claw marks, deep gouges in the earth leading off into the trees. As I followed the tracks deeper into the forest, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. That something or someone was watching me. The wind began to howl as I ventured deeper into the woods, the trees groaning under its pressure. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end, a primal instinct that told me I was out of my depth. I had been a ranger long enough to know when something didn't feel right. And right now everything felt wrong. The tracks in the snow weren't just leading me into the forest. They were leading me to something. But what? I had to remind myself to stay focused. This was my job. These were people I had to protect. And these bodies, they weren't just the result of some freak accident. No, something intelligent was out here, something that had a purpose. And if I didn't figure it out soon, more people would die. The deeper I went, the quieter it became. The usual rustling of wildlife had gone silent, replaced by the eerie sound of my boots crunching through the snow. As I rounded a bend, I saw it. A makeshift camp in a clearing. There were remnants of a fire, some tattered equipment strewn around, and bodies. Two men, both armed hunters, were sprawled out across the ground. Their expressions were frozen in fear, their eyes wide open as if they had seen something they couldn't comprehend before their last breath. I know these men. I'd worked with them years ago. They were the kind of guys who wouldn't be caught dead out here without a solid reason. And I knew they weren't the type to get careless. Whatever had happened to them, it had to be brutal. Once again, the injuries didn't match anything I'd ever seen before. The claw marks on their bodies were so deep they almost looked like they'd been sliced by a machete. Yet, the rest of their injuries were pure animalistic savagery. It was as if something had torn into them, but with purpose. I crouched down beside the nearest body, in my eyes scanning the scene. There was no blood trail leading away from them. They hadn't been dragged. The bodies were just here, like they had been abandoned. But why? What kind of creature would kill like this and then just leave its victims behind? My thoughts were interrupted by a noise. Something large moving through the brush behind me. I spun around, instinctively reaching for my weapon, but there was nothing there, just the wind. It was then that I heard a voice, a faint whisper coming from the trees. It sounded like a child's laughter. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. The hairs on my arms stood up. No child would be out here in the dead of winter. And yet the sound was unmistakable. Before I could react, the air shifted. The wind, which had been fierce moments before, suddenly died down, and I felt a strange pressure in the air, like I was being watched by something. Something that wasn't human. I wanted to call for backup, but something told me that help wasn't coming. Not out here. Not with whatever was lurking in the shadows. I took a deep breath and stepped toward the edge of the clearing, my eyes scanning the darkening trees. That was when I saw it, just beyond the tree line, barely visible in the twilight. A figure standing tall and unnaturally still. It had the outline of a man, but the way it moved, it wasn't human. It wasn't anything I'd ever seen before. And as it locked eyes with me, I felt my pulse quicken, a cold dread settling in my bones. I didn't know how long I stood there staring at the thing in the trees. It was as if time had frozen my body, refusing to move despite every instinct screaming at me to turn and run. The figure, half human, half beast, didn't make a sound. It just stood there, its eyes gleaming in the dim light. A piercing, unnatural yellow that seemed to cut through the darkness. I should have known better than to stare. The moment I broke that connection, it moved. It wasn't fast. Not in the way I expected. It was deliberate, like a predator toying with its prey. Its massive frame shifted through the trees with an eerie silence. Every movement sharp and calculated. I wanted to raise my rifle, but my hands felt like they were frozen in place. Then, without warning, it spoke. The voice that came from its mouth wasn't like anything I'd heard before. It was a growl, but there was something oddly familiar about it. Something human mixed with something else. You're not supposed to be here. The words sent a shockwave of fear through me, my chest tightening as I fought to catch my breath. How could this creature speak, and why did it sound so angry? So human. The more I thought about it, the more it didn't make sense. Nothing about this creature made sense. It had the posture of a man, but its features were all wrong. The elongated limbs, the snout that jutted out in a grotesque twist, the claws. This was no wild animal. This was something else entirely. I took a step back, trying to put distance between myself and the thing that stood before me. I needed answers, and I needed them fast. But I couldn't just run. No, I had to figure out what the hell was going on. This thing, this creature, it had something to do with the murders. It had to. The creature moved again, circling me slowly, and I could hear it breathe. Slow, deliberate, like it was savoring the moment. Its breath came out in foggy puffs, mixing with the frigid air. I could see its massive shape more clearly now. The muscles in its arms bulging under a thin layer of matted fur. It was tall, towering over me by at least a foot, and the claws on its hands looked sharp enough to cut through steel. "Why?" I croaked, barely able to force the word past my lips. It stopped, its head tilting slightly, as if considering my question. "Why?" The creature repeated, its voice filled with amusement. "You really want to know, Ranger?" I nodded, unable to speak. My throat too tight because it leaned closer, its breath hot against my face. "You're trespassing on something far older than you understand. And the truth is, you're too late." Its words hung in the air, heavy and final. I felt a cold wave of realization wash over me. Whatever this creature was, it wasn't just a random predator. It was tied to the land, to the killings, and maybe even to something far worse than I could comprehend. The pressure in the air was suffocating, and it was clear that I was in over my head. Before I could react, the creature lunged, but not at me. It vanished into the trees in the blink of an eye, as if it were never there, and I was left standing alone in the dark, my heart pounding in my chest. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, my breath coming in shallow gasps as I tried to process what had just happened. My legs were shaking and my hands, despite the cold, were slick with sweat. The creature, whatever it was, had just vanished into the night. It was like it had never been there at all. I wanted to scream to run, but something kept me rooted to the spot. Fear, curiosity. Both, probably. The wind had picked up again, howling through the trees, but the eerie silence that had descended on me moments ago was still there. I could feel it, this heavy, oppressive presence hanging in the air, as if the woods themselves were holding their breath. "Too late." I repeated the creature's words, a chill creeping down my spine. What did it mean by that? Too late for what? I glanced back at the bodies, their frozen, lifeless eyes staring up at me. Was I the next target? Had I stumbled onto something I shouldn't have? I didn't know how much longer I could stay here. The chill in my bones had nothing to do with the freezing air. The longer I stood in that clearing, the more I felt the pull of something dark. But I had a job to do, and no matter how much my instincts screamed at me to turn and leave, I knew I couldn't. I needed answers. I turned back to the bodies of the hunters. There was a detail that had been bothering me ever since I first found them. One of the men had a small, old-fashioned silver compass in his hand. I hadn't noticed it before, but now it seemed important. Why would a seasoned hunter carry something like that, especially when the gear they had with them was far more practical? I knelt down to examine the compass. The glass was cracked, but the needle still moved, swaying gently as if caught in an invisible current. As I watched, the needle began to spin in erratic circles. I shook my head, confusion clouding my thoughts. This wasn't normal. "Something's wrong," I muttered to myself. I stood up, gripping the compass tightly in my hand. The one picked up once more, and I could feel the temperature drop even further. The air was thick with the scent of decay, the smell of something unnatural. My heart raced, and I glanced nervously toward the trees, half expecting the creature to reappear. Suddenly, a sound broke the tension, a distant howl that sent a jolt through my chest. It was unmistakable. It was the same howl I had heard just before I encountered the creature. But now it was closer, much closer. I gripped my rifle tighter, my knuckles white against the cold metal. There was no mistaking it anymore. I was being hunted, and whoever or whatever was out there wasn't just toying with me. It wanted me dead. The howl echoed through the trees again, this time much closer. It was a sound that sent a shiver down my spine, primal-like, as if it were a warning. My instinct screamed at me to run, but I couldn't. I had to figure out what the hell was going on. I wasn't about to let some creature drag me down without answers. I took a step back, eyes scanning the perimeter of the clearing. The trees surrounding me like silent sentinels. My breath came out in visible puffs, my pulse hammering in my ears. The air felt thick, as if it was pressing down on me, making it harder to think clearly. My mind kept racing back to the creature I had encountered earlier. How had it disappeared so quickly, and what was it really? I heard the crack of a twig underfoot, and I whirled around, rifle raised. But there was nothing there. My heart pounded in my chest as I scanned the shadows, the forest, now impossibly still. The howls had stopped. It was like the entire world had gone quiet, as if holding its breath, waiting for something terrible to happen. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw movement. The slightest shift in the trees. A shadow darting between the trunks. My grip tightened on my rifle, but I couldn't pull the trigger. Not yet. I needed to see what it was. I needed to know. I took a cautious step forward, then another. The boots sank into the snow, the crunch too loud in the silence. Every step felt like an eternity, and every sound seemed to magnify the quiet of the forest. We both came in ragged gasps as I moved deeper into the woods. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The compass in my hand started to spin again, its needle trembling with a strange energy. I glanced at it and felt my stomach drop. This wasn't right. The needle was spinning faster now, almost as if it were being pulled in some invisible direction. And then, without warning, it stopped. Dead center. I froze, staring at the compass in confusion, and slowly looked up. In the distance, barely visible through the dense trees, I saw it. The silhouette of something massive, something that wasn't quite human. It was standing still, like the thing I had seen earlier, only this time it wasn't watching me from afar. It was moving slowly, making its way toward me. The long limbs of the creature swayed with every step it took. The outline was unmistakable. A hybrid of man and beast, covered in dark, matted fur and its eyes glowing like twin lanterns in the night. I gripped my rifle tightly, my breath quickening, but I couldn't pull the trigger. I didn't know if I even could. There was something hypnotic about the way it moved, something that held me in place. And then it spoke. "Too late, Ranger." The voice was low, gravelly, but this time there was a sense of finality to it. It took another step forward, and I knew that if I didn't act, if I didn't do something now, I would never leave this forest alive. The creature's words echoed in my mind like a death sentence. "Too late, Ranger." I could feel the weight of its gaze, the pressure building in my chest, making it hard to breathe. It was like the very air around me had thickened, suffocating me, leaving no room for anything but the creature's terrifying presence. I took a shaky step back, instinctively aiming my rifle at it, but I couldn't make my hands stop trembling. My pulse was pounding in my ears, and I could hear nothing but the deafening silence of the forest. The creature was closing in, its yellow eyes locked on mine, unblinking and cold. It took another step forward, and my breath hitched. I could feel its presence now, like it was pulling me into its orbit, making it impossible to think clearly. My mind raced with thoughts, with questions I couldn't answer. Why was it here? What did it want with me? I had no answers. But I knew one thing: I couldn't let it get any closer. I steadied my rifle, my finger on the trigger, and for the first time since this nightmare had begun, I felt a flicker of resolve. I wasn't going to die out here without a fight. "Stay back," I shouted, my voice hoarse but desperate. "They'll shoot." I swear to God, Al. But the creature only tilted its head slightly, like it was amused by my threat. It was as if I was nothing more than an insignificant insect to it, something to be crushed when the time came. "Don't make this harder than it has to be," it said, its voice deeper now, almost a growl. "This is bigger than you, bigger than all of you." I could feel sweat running down my back as I took a few more steps back, my eyes darting around for an escape. But there was nowhere to go. The creature was everywhere, in every shadow and every flicker of the trees. My mind screamed at me to leave, but my body couldn't move. The compass in my hand began to vibrate, the needle spinning wildly again. And that's when I saw it. A flash of light, distant but unmistakable. My heart skipped a beat. There was something out there, a flare, a signal. Without thinking, I turned and bolted, ignoring the creature's growl of frustration behind me. My legs carried me through the snow, the cold biting at my face, but I couldn't stop now. I had to reach that light. It was the only hope I had left. As I sprinted through the forest, the howls began again. Churches can be wildly haunted and terrifying places, and like 2,000 or so digital cameras were starting to be all the rage. So my friends and I went ghost hunting in old colonial parts of Connecticut. I really wish we hadn't. Most of our pictures were orbs and stuff from moisture and all the regular things you'd expect. But we found this church in the middle of one of the cemeteries we visited, and this place just oozed negative energy. It got stronger the closer you got to it. I remember standing at the back door and staring up into just this regular building and being both spellbound and terrified. It was just this old wooden building that had been kept up on and was neat and tidy. There wasn't anything in particular that would make it scary, like at all. I had gone to church and lived in this area, and it wasn't my first time in a cemetery at night either. But there was just something particular about this place. You could feel it watching you as you came into the cemetery, and everything about it got stronger the closer you got. I never saw ghosts inside it or anything, but we didn't dare go in. It used to haunt my literal dreams after my first encounter. I'd have dreams of standing out in a wheat field during the daytime, and suddenly it would just be there. The whole dream was just me and this haunted church. I didn't even do anything in the dreams. It was always about the church being there and how powerful and terrible it was. Or I'd be standing in these wheat fields alone with nothing around me, and I'd turn around. It was just suddenly there, daunting, imposing, and terrible. It still physically hurts to think about. What a strange place. I wish we had never gone. About 7 years ago, I split from my ex. It was a very emotional time for me. My ex-partner essentially decided without warning that he was done with monogamy in our heterosexual marriage, and said some other cruel things about me and my body in the process. A lot of it was very uncalled for. He was quite a cool person, so we both needed to separate and pack up the house, divide the belongings. My brother and friends were helping me because I was a right mess, so he wouldn't know until he went to use them. I never knew what happened, but I like to think that that photo ruined the mood in at least one sexual encounter my ex tried to have, and that makes me smile. Thank you for the petty love, everyone. I'll share with Dave how many compliments he's getting. Also, to those who are commenting holes in the condoms, like that's a crime. Please don't poke holes in condoms as revenge. That's just not cool. I thought I'd write this because, frankly, I have pondered on this for almost a decade and still have no idea what I witnessed. In June 2014, I had to travel to Sweden for a few days and was staying at a friend's place in Lund. This friend had recently moved to a new apartment after breaking up with her partner, and it was my first time visiting this new flat. It's a typical apartment from the early mid-20th century with creaky wooden floors, old piping, and a tiled bathroom. It was the evening of my first day, and I was getting ready to sleep. I was going to be sleeping on the couch in the living room, which had a large window overlooking the street. The living room was unlit except for one lamp, and I was looking out of the window into the streets below. This was about 11 p.m., which in Sweden during summer means it's still pretty light outside. Across the street was a really nice apartment block, and I was absent-mindedly looking at the nice penthouses on top. I was packing up in the kitchen and saw in one of my Xboxes a large pack of condoms right at the top of the box. Left there almost intentionally so I would see it. He was a real class act like that. There was no reason for the condom box to be in that box. It was mostly filled with his books and knickknacks, except left in the kitchen where I was getting most an older kerchief, so he knew I would see it. I just burst into tears seeing it. Another reminder in that moment that I wasn't enough, which I know now is total bullshit, and to my big bro. Let's call him Dave, fake name obviously. The backstory is that my ex hated my brother. Hated him. My brother could be a bit self-grandizing, and so my ex always used to rant after family events about my brother and his ego and about how my brother acted. Like, it was the Dave show. Real love my brother, for the record. He's just a confident man and self-assured, really. A good guy. But something about him always used to piss my ex off. I think my ex was probably jealous. He wasn't as self-assured as my brother is. But anyway, so my brother opened the condom pack, stuffed them all in my handbag, and put in the condom pack an old photo from Christmas a few years back of my brother and my ex that had been on the fridge with other family photos. He wrote on the back of the photo, in case you missed the Dave Show asshole. He also put a few other things to mimic the weight of the missing condoms. At one point, I looked somewhat down and ended up looking into a window on the first or second floor of this apartment block opposite where I was. Inside the room seemed to be a kitchen. I could see a table with some chairs. By the chair facing my direction was a furry shape. Now you know how when you're looking around absent-mindedly and your gaze falls onto a form or object that you can't make out, you sort of keep staring at it without really comprehending while your brain tries to interpret what it's seeing. While my eyes fell on what looked like a rather large barrel-chested torso covered in brown hair, light brown in the center and dark on the edges. This torso had 2 long arms, and I knew that whatever it was looking towards my direction. I was still trying to make out what I was looking at when the thing facing me seemed to stiffen, as if it had noticed me, or so I thought, and moved backward and sideways into a darker passageway or room and out of sight. I felt at that point that, while I hadn't made out what the figure was, it was hairy, didn't look human, too squat, and way too hairy, and seemed to have noticed me and moved back as smoothly as it could, as if not to draw too much attention or not to have to waste time turning around. Just step back where it couldn't be seen. I was pretty creeped out by the incident and quite uncomfortable falling asleep. I couldn't feel scared because I hadn't quite made out what exactly I had seen. I may have seen a person in a costume or a pet chimpanzee. I don't know. What disturbed me was that the thing seemed to notice me and stepped back from view as if it knew it shouldn't be seen. The fact that I couldn't make out what it was excludes a normal person, since, over the 4 or 5 seconds over which this happened, I would have made out the shape of a human. The thing was squat and broad. Maybe it was just a really short, barrel-chested, hairy guy, who knows? Well, I still can't explain what it was that I saw, but I know something strange is going on. I wrote you about the odd things happening around me several years ago. You kindly answered me with some suggestions. Anyway, I still have no idea what occurred and what's currently happening. I still live in Manchester, New Hampshire. I was on my way home one night, a couple of nights ago. It was pretty late, around 2:30 a.m. or so, and virtually no one was in the street. I had my earbuds on and was walking until I stopped at this intersection to wait for the green light. There were no cars in the street. I don't know why I stopped. As I was listening to music, I got a sudden urge to look behind me because the whole street was empty and I just got a weird feeling. Behind me was the sidewalk and some waist-high bushes with an area that would be a chore to get into. Right there, not even 6 feet behind me. I turned around and saw this very pale girl with red, curly hair and the brightest blue eyes I've ever seen. We couldn't make out any features. We were so scared, but we couldn't leave because he was blocking the door. I went under my covers and felt him near me. I peeked out and saw that he was right at my bedside. I couldn't tell if he was looking at me because I couldn't distinguish his features, but I quickly went back under the covers and didn't come out. The next day we all talked about it, and apparently he went to each of our beds and inspected us. Both of my roommates saw him looking in my direction before moving on to each of them. I will never forget that. I had seen Hatman figure multiple times in my childhood home, but I think I was a bit older, like 9 or 10 years old. There was a presence felt often by many of my family members who lived there, usually on the corner of the stairs. The staircase has a landing between a set of about 8 steps each. I had seen him a couple times near the stairs or in a reflection of them from the living room. The time that struck me the most was seeing him upstairs in my little brother's room. As I walked by the room, I saw the tall, dark figure just standing there facing toward the window in the empty room. I don't ever remember seeing a face, though. When I found out other people have experienced it too, I sent him a link. He thanked me for the nightmares. About 20 years ago, in central Illinois, I was driving after dark with my husband. We were not too far from our destination. There was no expression on her face. She was standing inside of the bushes and staring right into my eyes. At that moment, I removed my earbuds because I was 100% sure she wanted to ask me something, but when I did, she just kept staring at me motionlessly. I couldn't even say that she was breathing, just standing there perfectly still. I immediately felt like I should keep walking. I crossed the road and walked for like 10 seconds, and as I was about to make a turn, I decided to look back, and she was still there in the middle of those bushes looking right at me. She was normal looking except for her face. She was very pale and looked out of place because her clothes were clean and her hair looked maintained. I know hobos and addicts when I see them, but she did not look like any of those. I'm not sure if she was even there. Maybe only I saw her. I'm pretty sure that was no human. Everything about that experience was off. I also had the feeling that if I talked to her, it would have been a mistake. I listened to my gut and walked away. I near 42 recall seeing him when I was about 14. I attended a summer program where middle schoolers would stay on a college campus and take AP classes for college credits. I was wide awake, lying on a loft bed with the lights out, and along with my 2 roommates, each on their own loft beds. My roommate suddenly said, "WTF is that?" I looked over, and right in front of the door was this huge, tall, shadowy figure wearing a fedora-style hat. On both sides of the country road were cornfields. This was in late summer on a clear evening. Something ran across the road in front of me. It was about the size of a toddler, but it looked like a skeleton or so skinny. Its limbs were about the size of a skeleton's. It was also bone white and very fast. I have been through college. I have a Bachelor of Science and have taken biology classes as well as zoology. That creature was something I've never seen before. My husband looked ahead just as it left the road and said he had just seen something but couldn't describe it. I'm from central Illinois. When I was 10, my friend's mom was driving us back from Chicago, which is a little over 2 hours away. Most of that drive is through cornfields. It was really late, and everyone in the van was asleep except for my friend's mom and me. I was sitting on the right side in the back when we passed by what looked like 2 teenagers coming out of the cornfield on the right side of the road. Now, normally that isn't that weird. Plenty of kids end up wandering through cornfields at some point in Illinois. What was weird was where they were and how they looked. I will never forget the boy. He was probably 15 or 16 years old, wearing a white linen shirt and brown pants with suspenders. His hair was short, curly, and brown. He was handsome and pale, with dark circles under his eyes like Gerard Way's looking eyes. He looked like he had blood on him, and the girl he was with looked bad. She was wearing a blood-covered dress, and she was also pale, with dark rings under her eyes. Now, where we were was really strange. That cornfield was huge, and there weren't any entrances off I-55 that we could see. My friend's mom immediately freaked out, thinking they had driven their car into the cornfield and must have been seriously hurt. We were driving pretty fast, and she had a van full of kids, so instead of pulling over, she grabbed her Nokia and called me. I remember that she reported the mile marker and told the police they looked like they needed help, and that was it. I never found out what happened. I honestly think they were ghosts. Their movements were so strange, and their placement was just odd. There's no way teenagers would be hanging out on the side of I-55 dressed like that around midnight. My name is Illigrant, a cryptid hunter by trade. Those people wouldn't believe my line of work is real, let alone think that cryptids are anything more than folklore and old campfire stories. But the truth is they're as real as the ground you're standing on. And then the government needs something dealt with quietly. They don't call pest control. They call me. The job came in a plain manila envelope, nothing on it except my name. I've been to a lot of strange places and seen a lot of strange things, but this one was different. Alaska Chugach National Forest, a place untouched and vast, with a wilderness so isolated you'd think nothing could survive out there. But something was, and it wasn't human. The briefing was slim on detail, just a few photos, grainy and dark, showing something. A creature too big to be a bear, too strange to be anything natural. The file mentioned missing hikers, gutted wildlife, and local legends. They called it Project Frostbite. A code name I could tell was meant to cover something much darker. The instructions were simple. Head to the wilderness near the last known sighting and track it down. Only this time, there was no directive to capture or even study. My orders were clear. Eliminate the creature. Arriving in Alaska was like stepping onto a different planet. The cold bit into my skin, even through layers of high-grade gear. I met with my contact, Agent Keller, a no-nonsense government operative who seemed as accustomed to the cold as the creatures they warned me about. Eli, he said, his voice low. We've had over a dozen disappearances in this area. Every winter we lose more. Some are locals, others tourists. All the same. The pattern of bloody remains and strange tracks. We set up a base camp a few miles out from where we found the most recent remains. It'll be up to you to track from there. I asked him if he knew what this thing was, but he shook his head. If I knew, I wouldn't have called you. The base camp was as remote as it gets, an isolated cabin on the edge of the forest, equipped with minimal supplies and a backup generator. The silence was oppressive, the snow thick underfoot. I was alone out there with only a radio to contact Agent Keller back in town. The first night I started my search along the perimeter. It didn't take long to find signs of disturbance. Animal carcasses torn open, as if by something with claws far stronger than a bear's. But more unsettling were the tracks, massive, humanoid, and too large for any human I'd ever seen. As I crouched, examining a particularly deep print in the snow, I heard something. A low, gravelly growl, almost like a rumble of thunder, seemed to roll out from the forest ahead. Every nerve in my body screamed at me to go back to head for safety. But I was here for a reason. I followed the sound, gripping my rifle tightly, determined to see what lay ahead. By the third night, I hadn't slept more than a few hours. The sense of dread that pervaded the forest weighed heavily on me, and it was only a matter of time before I'd come face to face with the creature I was sent to kill. It happened just before dawn. I was circling back toward camp when I caught a whiff of something rotten like meat left out for days. I turned, raising my rifle as I scanned the shadows, and then I saw it. A hulking figure, half hidden by trees, its eyes reflecting the dim light like twin embers. The creature was massive, standing upright but hunched with elongated arms that nearly scraped the ground. Its fur was matted, tangled with bits of debris, and its teeth, oh God, were exposed in a grimace that seemed both primal and malevolent. This was not animal, it was something else. Something that felt wrong in a way that went beyond fear. I raised my weapon and As I did so, let out a roar that shook the air around me. My instincts took over, and I fired. The sound echoed through the trees. The creature didn't fall, it only staggered, almost as if surprised. Then in an instant it vanished back into the shadows. The creature was wounded, and I knew it. Blood thick and dark painted the snow where it had stood, leaving a trail that I was determined to follow. With dawn breaking, I set out, pushing deeper into the forest, driven by a strange compulsion that I could barely understand. This was more than just a hunt. It felt personal. I followed the trail for miles through icy rivers and thick underbrush as the creature led me deeper into the forest. The tracks wove in and out of sight, almost as if it was trying to lure me in. And then I found them remains scattered and frozen, half buried under snow and ice. Human remain. I radioed Agent Keller, but he warned me not to get too close. Eli, this thing, it's not like anything we've dealt with before. We think it's learned to hunt us to adapt. It was dusk when I reached a small clearing where the trees opened up to reveal the mountains towering above. I had lost the trail an hour back, and as I stood there scanning the trees, I felt it a presence, something watching me, closing in. I heard it before I saw it. A low growl that seemed to reverberate through the trees, echoing in my bones. And then from the shadows it emerged. The creature towered above me, larger than I remembered, its eyes blazing with a predatory hunger. There was intelligence there, calculated malice that sent a chill through my spine. I realized then that I wasn't the hunter. I was the hunted. The creature lunged and I fired, emptying my magazine into its massive chest. It staggered, but didn't fall. Blood poured from its wounds, but it kept coming relentless, determined to end me. I retreated, stumbling back, scrambling for my knife as it closed in. It was then that I noticed something. It's a patch of bare skin on its neck, a vulnerable spot. With my last bit of strength, I drove my knife into it, sinking the blade deep. The creature let out a terrible scream, a sound that echoed across the mountains, and then it collapsed, its body twitching before finally going still. I stumbled back to base camp, bruised, bloody, and exhausted. Agent Keller was waiting for me, his face pale when he saw my condition. I didn't say anything, just handed him my bloody knife. He didn't ask questions. Instead, he gave me a grim nod. This isn't the last of them, Eli. There are far more. I left Alaska the next day, but I knew my work wasn't done. The government had tasked me with eliminating one of their secrets, but now I realized the scope was far larger. These creatures, these cryptids, weren't isolated incidents. They were spreading, learning, and adapting, and I knew it was only a matter of time before I was called back into the field. The creature I'd killed was gone, but its memory haunted me. I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd uncovered something ancient, something that wasn't meant to be disturbed. The government had sent me to eliminate it, but what they hadn't told me was why it was out there or how it had survived all these years. There were things in this world, beasts, cryptids, that weren't supposed to exist, and yet they did, hiding in the shadows, waiting. I knew that one day I'd be called back, maybe to Alaska or some other wilderness where creatures like this roam. Until then, I could only warn people of voice lost in the dark. The world was not as we thought. There were things out there, predators older and far more dangerous than any human could ever understand. And if you ever find yourself alone in the deep, remote wilderness, remember, there are creatures in these woods, creatures that watch, that hunt, and that wait. So this happened last year, but I didn't have Reddit at the time, so I figured I'd share it now. I'm confident it was a Bigfoot, but I could be wrong. So I live surrounded by the woods. Only have a few neighbors here and there. Me, my cousin, and my nephew were outside, and then they went in. So I was outside alone. I was releasing a snail we found. I released the snail, then heard my dog barking, so I looked up. There it was. By our tree line stood a figure. I don't know exactly how tall it was, but I'd say, if not 6 feet, almost 6 feet tall. It didn't really have the shape of a human. If hardly any bears in my area, if it was possibly a bear, our dogs would be going crazy barking. But with this they ran from whatever it was. I walked away, looked back, and the figure was gone. I quickly went inside because I was freaked out, also a bit excited because I've always loved cryptids and Bigfoot. So the fact that I possibly saw one made me excited, but that night my brother and his 2 friends decided to play hide and seek in the woods. It was at around 1 a.m. I know it's weird to be playing hide and seek that late, especially in the woods, but they did it anyway. Anyways, the next morning they said they swore they saw a figure run past them in the woods. Could it be Bigfoot? Okay, so I was on Kedina AFB in Okinawa from 2010 to 2012. Let me tell you, I believe you. What I think you saw was a Japanese forest spirit. The reason I fully believe you is I saw something following me in the reflection of metallic doorknobs when I was walking. I was walking back to my room with a bowl of food in my hands. Important for later when something in the door handle caught my eye. There were 2 elongated arms quickly swinging back and forth behind me. The arms had long black fur on them and gray hands with long black nails. As I got closer to the doorknobs, I saw the arms stop swinging and slowly rise up as if the creature was crouching low behind me. I'm in the military now, almost 11 years later, and I've dodged Japan at every chance when it came time to PCS. This happened in 26 or 27 when I was on vacation in Greece during the summer. I was there with my brother and our girlfriends at the time. I had a room on the 17th floor of Ruto's palace with a nice view out over the ocean. One night while I was sleeping, I had this dream. I was in a dark room, terrified out of my mind. There was a dim light in the darkness, and from that light a silhouette of a man looking more like a shadow than anything else approached me. I could hear my heart pounding with fear as it got closer. When it was close enough, it reached out its hand and I slapped it away out of fear. It flinched as if in severe pain and turned its head away. I felt dumb for hitting it, but I was so scared. It started breathing heavily like it was building rage, and all of a sudden it turned to face me and the shadow had my face on it. I woke up at that moment so scared and relieved that it was just a dream. I was about to close my eyes when I saw the same shadow in my room hiding in the corner. The moment I saw it, it knew I had seen it and didn't bother hiding anymore. I was petrified. I couldn't move, not a limb could scream. Nothing. It moved closer to me and leaned over me. All shadow, nothing else. Its hands grasped my throat and started choking me. I couldn't breathe. It hurt. I tried to fight but was unable to move. Then, all of a sudden, I could move and I jumped out of bed, still sore and hurting. My girlfriend woke up screaming. "What's wrong?" With a hoarse voice, I screamed, "There's someone in our room." She panicked and ran out, and I ran after her. We had personnel from the hotel come up and look at me like I was mad. My brother, his girlfriend, they all said it must have been a bad dream. But I had red marks around my throat and could barely speak. So they figured I must have strangled myself in my sleep. I kind of thought, perhaps it's true. So I left it at that, but I was still scared. I thought, how could I have had such a realistic dream where I couldn't tell reality from fiction? Then came the second occurrence. I had just gotten back to my country and was at my mom's place trying to sleep on her sofa in her reading room. The door was slightly open and my cell phone was placed next to the door on a small table. I wasn't yet asleep but was trying when my phone suddenly rang. I looked at it. Buzzing, ringing, the sound played and the light from the display lit up the room. I was just about to get it when it suddenly struck me that that wasn't my ringtone. It was playing the whole of the Mountain King, which instantly brought back memories from when I was 7 years old. My music teacher played it for us while telling a scary story about the Troll King of the mountain. I was so scared then, but I always found the song freaky and didn't like it because of that story. And now it was playing. I felt the fear coming back. Then I saw the shadow moving outside the room, the shadow growing on the door as it approached. I was so terrified I clasped my hands, closed my eyes, and hid under the cover, praying, "Please God, let me fall asleep. Please God, let me fall asleep." The next moment it was morning. I had fallen asleep. I ran out of bed toward the phone, grabbed it and looked at it. No missed call, nothing. So twice this happened and I was scared, really scared. Maybe I was losing my mind, haunted by demons, or it was just a dream again. But how could my dreams create the place I was in when I wasn't even asleep? And the third time, I was asleep at my girlfriend's place and woke up violently like I was throwing up, but only air came out. My throat hurt like crazy. I saw the dim light. I felt it was there. The terror and fright it had just hurt me. I felt weak, almost paralyzed, and it was almost impossible to move, like it had drugged me. I didn't want to look around the room, too afraid to see it. I rolled to my girlfriend sleeping next to me and pushed her as hard as I could, but nothing happened. I was so weak. I poked her, did everything I could think of, but she was totally out. Then I thought of her dog, a small dog sleeping at our feet. Dogs are aware and alert. I called down to her, poked her, dragged her ear, pushed her, but nothing. My voice was barely a whisper and I couldn't even swallow, it hurt so much. I got out of bed and blindly made my way to the bathroom and drank water, still too afraid to open my eyes. I went back to bed, prayed again to fall asleep, and I did. I was so angry in the morning. How could not even the dog wake up to help me? She was totally out, like she was in a coma. A few things happened after this. First of all, I'm not a person who gets afraid. It's uncharacteristic of me. I'm the guy who runs into fire, so how come I was totally out of my mind terrified? I thought it was weird, really weird, and I felt like each time it happened I was a bit stronger than before, a bit more agile, and had more control. So I thought I would fight it. I mentally prepared to kill the shadow thing. If it could touch me, I could touch it. This was my motto. Since then, nothing has ever happened again. I have Googled and searched for answers, found sleep paralysis, and felt it was really something like what I had. But then why now, when I'm a grown man? And how? Then I read about shadow people, and it was scary as well. But honestly, I have no clue. I don't know. I read all the stories here, hoping to find someone with an identical or similar story. I've always been a solitary man. I suppose it comes with the territory of being a park ranger. You spend most of your days in the woods, breathing in the crisp air, listening to the wind move through the trees, and watching over the land that few people get to see. I've been stationed at this remote outpost deep in the Pacific Northwest for 2 years now. It's the perfect job for someone like me, peaceful, isolated, and full of endless rugged terrain to explore. The forest is my sanctuary, and I am its quiet guardian. But this season, something feels off. The forest, my familiar refuge, is different this year. At first I thought it was just the usual seasonal changes, the crisp autumn air, the rustling leaves, the long quiet nights. But then it started. I began noticing small things, the way hikers who passed through seemed more tense than usual, how they would hurry their steps as they made their way down the trail, eyes darting back over their shoulders like they were afraid of something they couldn't quite explain. I tried not to dwell on it, thinking it was just me overthinking, but something about it nagged at me. The first real sign that something was wrong came on a Tuesday morning. I was sitting in my cabin, sipping my coffee, when a scruffy man came stumbling up the trail to the ranger station. His clothes were ragged, his face was covered in dirt, and he looked as though he hadn't slept in days. There was a nervous energy about him that made me uneasy. He didn't speak much. just muttered something about getting back on the trail. But before he left, he carved something into one of the trees near the cabin. A strange symbol, jagged lines in the shape of a triangle with a small swirl in the center. I didn't think much of it at the time. Maybe it was the work of some bored hiker, but the symbol lingered in my mind long after he left. It wasn't until later that day, when I noticed a similar mark on another tree a few miles up the trail, that I started to feel like something wasn't right. The trees weren't the only things that seemed off, though. The hikers who passed by all acted strange. One young woman came into the station late in the afternoon. She was pale, visibly shaken, and seemed almost frantic. She told me she had seen something moving between the trees, something big and dark. She couldn't explain what it was, just that it had been following her as she hiked. I tried to calm her down, but she wouldn't stay long. She left almost as quickly as she had come. Her footsteps hurried, and I didn't see her again. The last incident came the following week. An older man, well into his 70s, came to me with a look of fear in his eyes. He claimed that someone had been following him on the trail. At first I thought it was just paranoia, a man getting older, a mind playing tricks on him. But as he described it, I started to feel a sense of dread settle into my chest. He said that someone or something had been trailing him from a distance, watching him from the trees. His eyes darted around the station as if expecting to see someone standing just outside the door. I didn't know what to think. None of the other hikers had reported anything strange. To them, the forest was as it always was, peaceful and tranquil. But something in the air had changed, and I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't just paranoia. That night, as I lay in my bed trying to sleep, I couldn't help but feel like I was being watched. The same strange sensation that had been creeping up on me all day was still there, pressing in from all sides. I strained my ears to listen to the wind outside. All I could hear was the faint rustle of leaves and the occasional snap of a twig, as though something was moving just beyond the tree line. I pushed the thought from my mind, telling myself it was just the natural sounds of the forest. But deep down, I knew something was out there that didn't belong. The next morning, I set out for a patrol of the trails. The forest seemed normal at first, but as I ventured deeper into the woods, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being followed. I turned half expecting to see a figure behind me, but there was nothing, just trees stretching endlessly in every direction. I tried to tell myself it was just nerves, but the uneasy sensation lingered like a shadow that I couldn't escape. I've learned to trust my instincts in this job. Right now, every fiber of my being was telling me that something wasn't right in these woods, but I couldn't put my finger on it. Not yet. The unease didn't let up, in fact. It only seemed to grow with each passing day. The hikers that came through the ranger station became more erratic, their faces pale, their eyes wide. They'd speak in hushed tones, barely making eye contact, and when they left, they'd glance nervously over their shoulders as if they expected something to be following them. I didn't know what to make of it. Maybe it was just the isolation getting to them, the vast expanse of forest wearing on their minds. But I couldn't ignore the nagging feeling that there was something else at play here. It all came to a head one cold, moonless night when I was lying in my bed trying to sleep. The wind outside was howling through the trees, but there was something else. Something off. The wind wasn't the only thing making noise. It sounded like something was moving through the underbrush, something large, something heavy. My heart began to race, my breath shallow. I pulled the rifle from beneath my bed, my fingers trembling as I gripped it. The sound grew louder, closer. Heavy footsteps, the sound of something or someone pushing through the brush. I stood, my back pressed against the cabin wall, my eyes fixed on the dark window. I couldn't see anything, but the sounds were unmistakable. Something was outside, and it was circling the cabin. I could hear it breathing now, deep and rhythmic. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end, and every instinct in me screamed to flee. But where would I go? I was in the middle of the forest, miles from the nearest town. The only way out was through the wilderness, and I wasn't foolish enough to believe I could outrun whatever it was out there. I waited a second, stretching into what felt like hours. The breathing stopped for a moment, and for a brief instant I dared to believe it was gone. But then came a sharp, jarring sound. A stone hitting the roof, followed by another and then another. My heart skipped a beat. The air was thick with tension. I crept to the window, my hand shaking as I reached for the curtain. I slowly pulled it aside, half expecting to see the glowing eyes of whatever was out there staring back at me. But there was nothing, just the empty forest shrouded in darkness. I couldn't explain what had just happened. I had no proof, no evidence, but I knew I hadn't imagined it. Something had been outside, something with the intent to scare, or perhaps something much worse. I stood at the window for what felt like an eternity, my eyes scanning the trees, but I saw nothing. The forest felt empty, as if all life had been sucked out of it, leaving only silence in its wake. The next morning I left the cabin early, my nerves still on edge. I tried to shake the feeling of being watched, but it lingered like a cold hand on my shoulder. I made my way to the area where I had seen the strange carvings, the ones left by the hikers. The marks were still there, just as they had been before. 3 jagged lines in the shape of a triangle with the swirl in the center. I didn't know what they meant, but they seemed to be spreading like some silent warning that no one else seemed to notice. I wasn't sure what I was looking for, but something told me I had to keep moving, keep looking. I wandered deeper into the forest, following the trail I had set the day before, the one that led me toward the stone circle I'd heard rumors about. It was an ancient site said to be a place where the old ones had once gathered, a place where the land held strange power. I didn't know if there was any truth to it, but something about it felt important, like the key to understanding what was happening in the woods. The air grew colder as I walked, the silence around me thickening. The trees, normally full of life, now seemed to loom over me, their twisted branches reaching out like skeletal hands. It was as if the forest itself was watching me, waiting for something. And then, just as I rounded a bend in the trail, I saw it. A figure, tall, dark, and just beyond the reach of the trees. It wasn't a person. No, it was something else. Something far larger, far darker. It moved with a speed and grace that was unnatural, its shape shifting in the shadows like a creature of the night. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. It was watching me. I stood there frozen, my breath caught in my throat. The figure was there, but it wasn't. It was like a shadow that moved against the trees, shifting in and out of sight. Every time I blinked, it was closer, and every time my eyes focused, it was further away. The darkness of the woods seemed to pulse around it, like the very air itself bent to its presence. My instincts screamed for me to run, but my legs refused to move. I wasn't alone anymore. I had seen strange things in my time as a park ranger, but nothing like this. This wasn't some lost hiker or wild animal. This thing, whatever it was, had intelligence. It was watching me, and it wasn't just passing through. It was hunting. The creature stood at least 8 feet tall, its form indistinct but massive, towering over the underbrush. Its outline seemed to blur, as if it wasn't quite solid, and when it moved, it did so without a sound. I watched as it slid through the trees, its eyes faintly glowing in the dark. I couldn't make out details. Its face was hidden, its body obscured by shadows, but there was no mistaking its presence. I was being stalked. I snapped out of my paralysis, adrenaline surging through me. I needed to move. I couldn't let it get any closer. Slowly I turned and started to backtrack, careful not to make a sound. But as I took each step, I could feel it. The weight of its gaze, the heavy pressure on the back of my neck. It was still out there, still following me. I wasn't fast enough. I wasn't prepared for this. Suddenly, I heard it. a branch snapping under heavy weight, followed by a low bone-rattling growl. My heart skipped. I turned, expecting to see the creature charging toward me, but there was nothing. The sound had come from behind far enough to suggest it was already on my trail. I was running out of time. I quickened my pace, weaving through the dense undergrowth, my breath ragged in the cold air. The forest seemed to close in on me as I pushed forward, the sounds of pursuit growing louder with each step. It was as if the very woods themselves were alive, turning against me, trapping me in a never-ending maze. I wasn't sure if it was the creature, the forest, or both, but I was beginning to feel the panic setting in. I stumbled through the trees, my thoughts a frantic mess. I needed to get to the cabin. I needed to be safe, where I could think and figure out what to do. But the deeper I went into the forest, the more the trees seemed to stretch out, pulling me further from safety. The path ahead was dark, a twisting web of shadows, and I realized too late that I had lost my bearings. I turned to look behind me again. The figure was still there, still watching, always just out of reach, but never disappearing. My eyes locked onto the faint glow of its eyes, and I knew without a doubt that it was waiting for me to make a mistake. And that's when I saw it, a shape in the distance. A figure standing in the clearing. Not the creature, but another. It was a person. They were motionless, standing tall just outside the edge of my vision. I blinked hard, my eyes watering from the strain. When I looked again, the figure was gone. But I knew whoever it was, they were watching me too. The night was suffocating. I could feel it pressing against me, thick and oppressive, as I stumbled through the woods, trying to make sense of what was happening. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves made my heart race. It wasn't the forest anymore. It wasn't even the creature. It was something worse, something that had been following me from the very start. The figure in the clearing lingered in my mind, its silhouette burned into my thoughts. Whoever or whatever it was, they were just as aware of me as the creature. That much was clear. I was being watched from all sides. I couldn't shake the feeling that the forest itself was conspiring against me. The cabin. I needed to get back to the cabin. It was the only place I could think of that might offer me any kind of safety. I was still disoriented, my steps uneven, as I forced myself forward. But the more I moved, the more disorienting the woods became. Trees that had been familiar just hours ago now seemed like strangers, twisting into unnatural shapes. I couldn't tell if I was moving in the right direction or if the forest was leading me deeper into its heart. I heard it again, the crack of a branch, followed by that low growl. My instincts screamed at me to run, but my legs were like lead. Every step felt like a battle. I couldn't see it, but I could feel its presence closing in. I could hear its breathing heavy and labored just behind me, as though it was toying with me, waiting for me to break. Then there was another sound, footsteps rapid, breaking the silence in a different direction. The head whipped around, desperate for a glimpse of something, anything that would tell me what was happening. But the darkness only deepened, swallowing everything. I couldn't see the source of the footsteps, but I knew one thing: it wasn't the creature. It was too human. I was being surrounded. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. I was no longer just dealing with a creature from the depths of the forest. There were people here too, hidden in the shadows, watching and waiting. I tried to make my legs move faster, but it was as though the air itself was weighing me down. It was too quiet. Now it was too still. The noises had stopped, leaving only the faintest rustle of wind through the leaves. I wanted to scream, but my throat was dry. My voice stuck somewhere deep inside me. I was caught in a trap, and I could feel it tightening around me. Suddenly, a figure appeared before me. At first, I thought it was the same one from earlier, the one in the clearing. But this time, I could see him clearly. A man, tall, dressed in tattered clothes, his face pale under the moonlight. His eyes were dark, empty, and I could see the same sense of fear in them that I had felt earlier. But there was something more, something unnatural in the way he moved, like he wasn't fully there. He took a step toward me, then another. I couldn't move. My body wouldn't let me. And when in the distance, I heard it again. The growl, low and deep, rising from somewhere beyond the trees. The figure froze, his eyes darting toward the sound, his fear evident. He didn't speak. He didn't have to. His expression said it all. We were both in the same nightmare, and neither of us knew how to escape it. I didn't have time to process what I had just seen. The man, if that's what he even was, took another step forward, but before he could get any closer, the ground beneath us rumbled. I froze, my heart thundering in my chest. The growl in the distance grew louder, closer now, until it reverberated through the earth, sending a cold shiver up my spine. It was the creature. It had found me. The man's eyes flicked to the trees, as if searching for something. He didn't look at me again. Not until the growl faded into the distance. He exhaled sharply, his breath shaky. And I realized something. He wasn't just scared of the creature. He was terrified of something else. I don't know how much longer we have, he muttered, his voice ragged and low. It knows we're here. I didn't have a chance to respond before he spun around and started moving quickly. His pace erratic, as though he were trying to outrun something that was chasing him. Without thinking, I followed. There was no other choice. I didn't know if he was leading me to safety or to my doom, but I had no better options. The woods seemed to stretch on forever, but with every step we took, the weight in the air grew heavier. It felt as though the very ground beneath us was shifting, pulling us deeper into the heart of the forest, into something ancient. The trees were getting thicker, their gnarled branches twisted like skeletal hands reaching down to grab us. The man was moving faster now, his breath coming in short, desperate gasps. He didn't stop to look back, but I could feel his fear as it pulsed in the air around us. His movements were erratic, like a man on the edge of losing his mind. I had no idea who he was or what he knew about this place, but it didn't matter. I needed to stay close. Then a rustling ahead caught my attention. A blur, a flash of movement, and before I could react, I saw something dart across my path. An unnaturally fast silhouette moving with terrifying speed. My blood ran cold. It wasn't the creature this time. This was something else. Something human, but not. I stopped dead in my tracks. The man ahead of me continued to run, but his gait was uneven now, as if he were being pulled by some unseen force. His breathing grew more frantic, and he screamed once before falling forward, his body collapsing to the forest floor. "Help me," he gasped, struggling to rise, but his hands couldn't grip the earth. Something was holding him down, keeping him trapped. I rushed to him, but before I could reach him, a dark shape emerged from the trees circling us. The creature I knew. Its presence felt all-encompassing, but it wasn't alone. The shadowy figure, the one I had seen earlier in the clearing, stepped forward, now fully revealed. It was a man, but not a man. His skin was a sickly gray, stretched taut over his bones, and his eyes glowed with a strange, malevolent light. His mouth curled into a smile, but there was nothing human about it. I had seen that smile before in the eyes of the others, those who had vanished into the woods, never to return. "No one leaves this place," he whispered, his voice carrying an unnatural echo. "Not without paying the price." The night felt suffocating, thick with tension as I approached the stone circle, the fire crackling in the distance. Every step brought me closer to the showdown that had been creeping up on me. The culmination of days spent watching, waiting, and trying to survive. My heart raced and I could feel the cold sweat gathering on my brow. This was it. I had prepared as much as I could, but nothing could fully prepare me for what was to come. The creature was coming. I saw the silhouette first. massive, hulking, its form barely visible against the shadowed trees. But it was there. The beast I had only glimpsed in the fleeting darkness of the forest. A Bigfoot. Its eyes glowed faintly, two orbs of predatory focus locking onto me. The creature's breathing was deep and steady, almost deliberate. I didn't know I was here. It had been waiting. I forced myself to remain still until it was within reach. My hand gripped the rifle, but I knew it wouldn't be enough. I needed the fire. My plan was simple: get it into the circle, trap it, and use the flames to drive it back. The fire should be its greatest fear, I hoped. Then, as if on cue, it lunged, a blur of speed. Its movements were quick and calculated, breaking through the darkness like a force of nature. My heart slammed against my ribs, but I held my ground, stepping forward and letting the firelight reflect off the ancient stones. The creature hesitated, momentarily confused by the circle. Then it charged faster than I anticipated. I barely had time to react. The flames erupted in a roar of heat and light as the Bigfoot stumbled into the trap. It shrieked, sound that tore through the forest, raw and primal, something inhuman. I had a moment, just a brief moment, where I could make my move. I dove toward it, using the chaos of the fire to my advantage. Bigfoot's strength was unmatched, but was immobilized, thrashing and screaming as the fire seared its fur and burned its flesh. It was in agony. I didn't stop to savor the moment. I knew this was my only chance. The trap held, the fire crackling around us, the creature thrashing as its fur began to burn away. I aimed my hand steady, despite the adrenaline coursing through me. It had to end here. I fired the shot, echoing through the forest, a sound that seemed to make the very tree shudder. The Bigfoot let out one final screech, its massive body convulsing in a way that wasn't entirely natural. It collapsed to the ground, still and silent. At last, the morning after the battle, the forest was eerily quiet. The air was heavy with the scent of smoke and something else, something unsettling. The government agents arrived just as the sun began to rise, their cold, impassive expressions hiding any trace of emotion. They moved with precision, taking measurements and pictures of the creature's remains. Their eyes never met mine, but I didn't need them to. I knew what was happening. The creature was being hidden away, its existence erased from history. I watched from the edge of the clearing as they loaded the Bigfoot's carcass into a truck. There was no gratitude in their eyes, no acknowledgement of the part I played in ending it. To them, I was just another witness, another civilian who gotten too close to something that was better and left unseen. I was left with nothing but the heavy weight of knowing what lurked in the woods. As I walked back to my cabin, the forest seemed more distant than ever. The peace I'd once found in these woods felt like a distant memory, swallowed by the knowledge that there were things out there, things that were far more dangerous than I could ever imagine. The woods felt less like home now, they felt like a warning. I had done what I could, but I couldn't shake the feeling that this was just the beginning. There was always something else, something worse, waiting just beyond the trees, and who would be there to stop it next time? My name's Sam, and I never thought I'd be here, staring down a truth so bizarre, one that could have come straight from one of those ghost stories we used to tell around campfires. I was never the type to believe in anything I couldn't see or touch, especially when it came to legends about the woods. But then I got assigned to the remote Alaskan wilderness for my first year as a park ranger, and everything changed. I'm 32, 6 feet tall, with dark hair and a broad frame that comes in handy when moving logs or carrying heavy equipment. I've always been a practical guy, more into boots on the ground work than pondering over what might be lurking in the dark corners of the forest. But Alaska, that's a different kind of wilderness. It feels alive in ways you don't expect. You don't just hear the wind here, you hear things that shouldn't be there. It was early March when I arrived at the ranger station at Denali National Park, a place known for its vast, untamed terrain. The cold seeped into my bones even before I stepped out of the truck. The station was a small, weathered building nestled between snow-laden trees that creaked under the weight of the wind. My new partner, Ellie, greeted me with a tight smile, her eyes reflecting the kind of fatigue you only get from years of service. She was a veteran ranger in her mid-40s with sharp features and an air of authority that was hard to ignore. "Ready for your first patrol?" she asked, eyes narrowing slightly as she studied me. Yeah, I said, even though I wasn't sure. There was something unsettling about her, something in the way she avoided talking about the previous ranger who had been stationed here before me. "So what's the deal with the stories around here?" I asked, trying to break the ice. Ellie hesitated just for a second before shaking her head. "People talk, people always talk, but that doesn't mean it's true." I wasn't sure what she meant by that, but I dropped it. There were rumors of strange creatures in these woods, things that couldn't be explained, but I wasn't about to believe in wild fantasies. Still, the longer I stayed, the more I realized how unsettling the place was. The trees seemed to watch me, their twisted branches like bony fingers reaching for the sky. On my second day, Ellie and I headed out on a routine patrol. The snow crunched beneath our boots as we trudged deeper into the forest. The sky overcast and the air thick with silence. After a few hours of walking, Ellie stopped suddenly. Her hand raised a signal for me to do the same. Her expression was tense, her eyes scanning the horizon. "What is it?" I whispered, even though I already had a sinking feeling in my gut. She didn't answer at first, her gaze narrowing. "Listen, at first I couldn't hear anything but the wind. But then something shifted. There was a sound distant like a low growl. It wasn't an animal I knew. Nothing native to these parts sounded like that. It was the kind of sound that made the hair on the back of my neck stand on end. "We need to get back to the station." Ellie said, her voice colder than the air around us. "Now?" As we turned back, I felt it, a presence following us. I glanced over my shoulder but saw nothing. Ellie, however, was moving faster, her steps more urgent now. It was when I realized whatever she knew about this place, it wasn't good. She had seen something that had been here long before us, and it was hunting us now. I barely slept that night. The wind howled outside the ranger station, rattling the windows as if something or someone was trying to get in. Ellie had been on edge ever since we returned from our patrol, and I couldn't help but mirror her anxiety. There was no explanation for what we heard out there, and even less for the way Ellie had reacted. She had never been one to show fear, but there was something in her eyes that night. Something unshakable. In the morning, Ellie sat me down in the small mess hall, the only part of the station that felt somewhat warm. The stove was crackling, filling the air with the scent of burning wood, but the atmosphere felt cold and heavy. "You don't get it, do you?" She said, her voice low, almost as if she were afraid someone might overhear. "This place is not like the others. The stories aren't just stories, they're warnings." I leaned forward, trying to make sense of her words. Warnings about what? Ellie's gaze flicked to the door as if she expected something to come bursting through at any moment. She swallowed hard before answering. "There's something out there, something ancient. It's been hunting rangers for years." And I couldn't help but laugh nervously. "You're telling me that the park's been hiding killer creatures from the public for years?" Ellie's lips thinned, and for a moment she looked like she might snap. "Not exactly. It's not the park that's hiding them, it's the government. They've known about these things for decades, and they've been covering it up. The creatures, whatever they are, have killed before and will kill again." I was about to argue or laugh it off like I had when I first arrived, but something in her tone stopped me. There was no humor in her eyes, no skepticism, only raw fear. the kind of fear I hadn't seen since my time in the military. "Why are you telling me this?" I asked, the weight of her words settling on my chest like a brick. Because she said, her voice almost a whisper, "The last ranger who worked here before you, he disappeared, vanished without a trace." The room seemed to close in around me. "How do you know it was them, the creatures?" Ellie nodded grimly. "No, I found his gear, his blood. He didn't just leave. Something took him. I couldn't breathe for a moment." The walls seemed to close in, and the only sound was the crackling of the fire. I wanted to believe her. God, I wanted to. But part of me couldn't shake the feeling that this was all some elaborate joke. Maybe she was trying to scare me off. But then I thought about what we heard in the woods the day before. The growl, the way Ellie had looked when she heard it. And for the first time I began to wonder if she was telling the truth. "Have you seen them?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Ellie's eyes flickered to the window as if checking for something outside, and then she shook her head. "No, but I've heard them. And they're close. Very close." The air between us grew thick with tension. I didn't know what to think anymore, but I knew one thing for sure. I had to get to the bottom of this. If I didn't, I might be next. The decision to stay after that conversation was not an easy one. But there was no escaping it. Ellie was right about one thing. There was something in those woods, something far older and far more dangerous than any park ranger should have to deal with. If I left now, I'd always wonder what might have happened, but I might have learned if I stayed. I wasn't ready to turn my back on this place just yet. The next morning, Ellie took me back to the spot where we'd heard the growl. The snow had settled, covering the tracks we had left the day before, but there was still a palpable weight in the air. Every sound seemed amplified in the silence of the Alaskan wilderness. Even our breathing felt louder than it should have been. "Stay close," Ellie warned as we pushed forward, her pace steady but her eyes darting nervously from tree to tree. I nodded and followed her, keeping my hand on the sidearm at my hip, a comfort I hadn't needed until now. We hadn't even made it a mile before Ellie stopped dead in her tracks. "There," she whispered. I followed her gaze, my heart pounding in my chest. The shape moved between the trees impossibly fast. It wasn't an animal. No bear, moose, or wolf moved like that. This thing was on two legs, hunched its skin a sickly gray. The way it twisted and contorted, the way its limbs jerked unnaturally, it was as though it didn't belong in this world. My stomach churned as Ellie motioned for me to stay low. "We need to get back," she muttered, her voice tight. Now, I was about to protest, but I couldn't make a sound. The creature's head swiveled, its glowing eyes locking onto ours, and for a split second I thought it was going to charge. Then, just as quickly as it appeared, it vanished into the woods, swallowed by the trees like it was never there. "Did you see that?" I whispered, my voice trembling. Ellie didn't answer immediately. Her face was pale and she was already moving, urging me to follow. "Come on," she said, her voice strained. "That's what killed him. It's not just one. There are more of them." We moved quickly, our footsteps muffled by the snow, but every so often I thought I heard something. Soft, almost imperceptible. A rustle, a snap of a twig. It was like the forest itself was alive, its branches creeping toward us. As we made our way back to the ranger station, the creature's image kept flashing in my mind. Those glowing eyes, that inhuman, unnatural movement. It felt like the world around me was shifting, warping. Something was changing and I could feel it in my bones. When we got back to the station, Ellie wasted no time. She locked the door behind us and immediately went to the desk, rummaging through a pile of maps and old files. "We need to find out more about these things," she said, her voice low but urgent. "The government's been covering this up for too long." I watched her for a moment, unsure of what to think. She was frantic, but there was purpose behind her actions. She knew something that could explain what I had just seen. "Ellie," I said, my voice steady despite the growing sense of dread in my stomach. "What's really going on here?" She stopped turning to face me. For the first time, I saw her fear fully reflected in her eyes. "We're not just dealing with animals, Sam. These things, they're not natural. And the government, they've been trying to figure out how to weaponize them." I felt the floor drop out from under me as she said weaponize them. Ellie nodded grimly. "They've been trying to control them, but they're too dangerous, too unpredictable. And now they're starting to get out of hand." The weight of her words hung heavy in the air, and I knew right then that we were in over our heads. There was no running from this. Whatever these things were, they weren't going away. Not without a fight. The more Ellie talked, the more I felt like I was stepping into something much darker than I could have imagined. The government's involvement, the creatures, the disappearances, all of it was a tangled web, and I had just walked straight into the center of it. Part of me wanted to back out, to quit this job and leave Alaska behind. But another part, the part that had always wanted answers, no matter how uncomfortable they were, there was no turning back now. Ellie sat at the small desk in the corner of the ranger station, poring over maps and documents. The air was thick with the sound of her flipping through pages, the quiet only broken by the occasional creak of the building settling under the weight of the cold. I was trying to process everything she had said, but it didn't make sense. If these creatures were real, why hadn't anyone, rangers, hikers, tourists, spoken out? How could something this monstrous be kept under wraps? "Ellie," I said, my voice hesitant. "Why hasn't anyone else come forward about this? Why isn't this more public?" She didn't look up from the map, but her voice was sharp. "The government controls the narrative. They make sure the public never hears about the disappearances, the attacks. They paint it as accidents, natural causes. They'll do whatever it takes to keep it quiet. It's not just the creatures. They got people on the inside making sure no one connects the dots." I swallowed hard. It was hard to fathom, hard to believe. But I'd seen enough in the past few days to know there was something seriously wrong with this place. "Then why are you still here?" I asked a question hanging in the air between us. Ellie finally looked up, her eyes dark. "Because I made a promise to someone who didn't make it out alive." The words hit me harder than I expected. I opened my mouth to ask more, but before I could get the words out, a loud growl interrupted the air. My heart froze in my chest, and Ellie's face went pale as she shot to her feet, reaching for the rifle propped up against the wall. I didn't have time to think. My instincts kicked in and I grabbed my sidearm. The growl wasn't close, at least not yet, but it was loud enough to send a chill up my spine. It was a sound that didn't belong. The kind of sound that you knew meant something was out there watching you. Ellie motioned toward the back door, her face taut with concentration. "We need to leave now, but no time for questions," she snapped. "Get your gear. We've got to the emergency supply cache." I didn't argue. We moved quickly, gathering what we needed and slipping out into the snow. The cold hit me like a slap, but there was no time to think about that. Ellie led the way, her footsteps quick and purposeful. As we moved deeper into the trees, away from the ranger station, I could feel the weight of the silence pressing down on me like we were being swallowed whole by the wilderness. We walked for what felt like hours, the forest surrounding us like a living entity. Every rustling leaf, every snap of a twig made my pulse spike. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting something to lunge from the darkness, but all I saw was the cold, indifferent expanse of trees. Finally, we reached the supply cache. A small camouflaged shelter tucked beneath a cluster of pines. Ellie quickly keyed in the combination and the door swung open, revealing crates of supplies. We stepped inside and Ellie bolted the door behind us. For a moment we just stood there catching our breath. The growl from earlier was gone, but the tension in the air was palpable. I could hear Ellie's breath coming in shallow gasps, but her eyes were steely. She wasn't scared. Not yet. "Why are we here?" I asked, my voice tight with confusion. Ellie turned to face me, her gaze unwavering. "Because if they come for us, we need to be ready. I don't know how much time we have." I wanted to argue, to ask why this had to happen now, but I stopped myself. Whatever was out there, whatever these creatures were, they were closing in and we didn't have a choice. The hours passed slowly inside the small shelter. We sat in the dim light, the silence between us hanging heavy. I kept my eyes on the door, straining to hear any sounds beyond the walls, but it was as if the world outside had gone completely still. Ellie had rifled through the crates, pulling out emergency rations, flashlights, and a few more weapons. She was calm, far too calm for the situation we were in, and I hated the way her mind seemed to be working, like she already knew what was coming. "How long do you think we have?" I asked, breaking the silence. My voice sounded louder than I intended in the confined space, but Ellie didn't flinch. "Not long," she muttered, her gaze still focused on the supplies. "They're never this close unless they're ready to hunt." The words hit me like a punch to the gut. "Hunt?" I repeated, swallowing hard. "They're coming for us." Ellie nodded, her face grim. "They track their prey and they're methodical. They'll wait until the right moment, and they'll strike. That's why we need to stay hidden." I shifted uneasily in my seat. My mind raced with possibilities, but none of them felt real enough to be true. Park rangers didn't vanish without a trace. Not like this. And yet everything Elliot said was beginning to make sense. The creatures, the government cover-up, and the growing sense that we were being hunted. There was a sudden knock on the door, sharp and urgent, and both of us froze. My heart skipped a beat, my hand instinctively going to the sidearm at my hip. "Stay down," Ellie whispered, her voice tight with a mix of fear and authority. "We don't know who it is." I nodded, my body going rigid with anticipation. We waited in the tense silence, listening for any hint of what might be on the other side of the door. The knock came again, louder this time, followed by a voice, faint but clear. "Ellie, Sam, it's me." I recognized the voice immediately. It was Paul, the park supervisor. He was supposed to be miles away, up near the north end of the park, far from here. How had he found us? Ellie motioned for me to stay quiet as she slowly crept toward the door. I watched her every move, my pulse quickening. She was cautious, but there was no mistaking the fear in her eyes as she peered through a small crack in the door. "Paul, is that you?" she asked, her voice shaky. "Yeah, it's me." Paul's voice came through again, more insistent this time. "Listen, I've got some bad news. We need to talk." Ellie turned to me, her face pale. "Something's wrong. It's your gear. We're going out there." I didn't argue. I grabbed my rifle and followed her as she opened the door, stepping into the cold, dark night. The air felt heavier than it had earlier, as though the world had grown darker in the span of an hour. Ellie's eyes scanned the trees, her posture tense, her breath visible in the frigid air. Paul stood just a few feet away, looking disheveled and out of breath. His eyes were wide with panic, his face drawn with exhaustion. Paul's voice was low when he said, "What's going on?" He didn't answer immediately. Instead, his gaze darted to the woods, to the shadows that stretched far beyond the reach of our flashlights. "It's them," he said, his voice trembling. "They've already taken the others." He broke off, suddenly looking around as if he expected something to leap from the trees at any moment. "They're real, Ellie. They're hunting us." The words hung in the air, heavy with finality. I glanced back at the shelter, at the small flicker of light inside. The safety of the station felt miles away. Paul's warning, Ellie's fear. Everything was converging on this one moment. We were no longer just surviving the wilderness. We were caught in something far worse. And then, just like before, there was that growl. Closer, this time louder. Ellie's hand shot out, grabbing my arm. We need to run now. Before I could react, she was already sprinting into the woods, pulling Paul along with her. My heart pounded in my chest as I followed. The growl intensified, echoing through the trees like it was all around us. Something was out there, something much faster than us. The woods had turned into a trap, and every step I took only brought us closer to the creatures hunting us. I didn't know how long we ran, but my legs burned and the cold air seemed to freeze in my lungs with every breath. Ellie and Paul were ahead of me, their figures flickering in the darkness, but I could hear the growl. It was now too close. Too close. There was a crack, a loud snap of branches behind me. I turned just in time to see the outline of a shadow emerge from the trees. It wasn't Paul, it wasn't Ellie. It was one of them. The creature's silhouette stood just beyond the tree line, its outline twisted and wrong like a living nightmare pulling itself from the depths of the forest. I froze, and the world around me ground to a halt. The growl reverberated through the air, sending a spike of cold fear straight into my chest. "Run!" Ellie shouted from ahead, her voice raw with panic. But it was too late. I couldn't move. The creature took a step forward, its lens jerking unnaturally, like it was straining against some invisible force. The full weight of its presence slammed into me, a wave of dread so thick it felt like I could drown in it. I barely registered the figure moving beside me, a blur of motion and panic, before I heard Paul's voice, ragged and desperate. Come on." My legs obeyed just as the creature took another step closer, its eyes glowing with an eerie light that illuminated the darkness in sickly green. The air seemed to warp around it, thick with something alien and malevolent. Ellie was already ahead of us, her breath coming in desperate gasps, but I could barely hear her over the sound of my own heart pounding in my ears. I didn't want to look back, but I couldn't help it. The creature was no longer just a shadow, it was real. A massive, hulking form, its body twisted and deformed. It moved with unsettling speed, its eyes locking onto mine with a predatory hunger that sent a shock of terror coursing through me. The next few moments were a blur of running, adrenaline pushing me past the point of exhaustion. My feet slipped on the snow, but I kept running because stopping meant death. I could hear the creature following us, its growls getting closer with each step. Then suddenly Ellie's voice broke through the night, distant but clear, this way. She had ducked into a narrow ravine that I hadn't seen, the walls rising high on either side. I followed, squeezing through the gap, just barely making it. The ravine offered some cover, but it wouldn't hold the creature for long. "We can keep running forever," I gasped, my breath ragged in the freezing air. "What the hell is that thing, Ellie? What do we do now?" Ellie's face was a mask of determination, but even I could see the fear flickering in her eyes. "We fight, we do what we have to," she said, "but we need to know its weaknesses. We don't have time for that." Paul yelled, his voice trembling. "It's right behind us." Before Ellie could respond, there was another snap from above, a shadow blocking out the faint light from the sky. The creature had found us again, its claws scraping against the stone above, making a noise that sent shivers down my spine. "We need to move," Ellie said quickly. "Keep going, don't stop." We scrambled up the side of the ravine, our hands slipping on the icy rock. I had no idea how far we'd run, but it felt like we were miles from the station, miles from safety. The creature was relentless, and knew we were close. Then, just as we reached the top of the ravine, I heard it. The unmistakable sound of something else, something larger, crashing through the trees. Another one. A second creature. Ellie's eyes went wide with terror. There's more. We're surrounded. The realization hit me with a cold certainty. We were trapped. There was no escape. Not now, not when the creatures had us in their sights. I turned to face Ellie, my hand clutching the rifle. What do we do now? I asked, my voice steady despite the terror that gripped my chest. I knew what we had to do, and we had to fight. It was the only chance we had. Ellie nodded, her face grim. We make our stand here. We don't run anymore, but I wasn't sure how we could fight these things. How do you fight something that's not even from this world? The creature emerged from the shadows, its grotesque form outlined by the pale moonlight. Its eyes gleamed, its breath ragged and uneven as it stalked closer, testing the air like a predator closing in on its prey. And behind it I could hear the other one, a low rumbling growl that sent my heart into my throat. We have to move, I said, my voice barely above a whisper. But Ellie shook her head. Stay together, she said, her voice steady. And don't look away, no matter what. The creatures closed in their grotesque forms, looming like monsters from a forgotten nightmare. There was no escape, there was no hope, just a final desperate stand in the darkness. And then, just as the first creature lunged, a sharp blinding light cut through the night and everything went white. Southwest Ohio, so maybe a little east of what you wanted. I have seen a pair of eyes across the street twice, both times at night in rain, when it was too dark to make out what they belonged to. The eyes were probably 6 to 8 inches apart and 8 to 10 feet above ground level. I occasionally hear children's laughter, like a 4-year-old, much too young to be in the woods at night, coming from the woods when I walk the dog in the early morning, 4 or 5 a.m. We get wood knocking in the spring and fall, could be deer, could be something else. When we moved into this farmhouse when I was a kid, I would hear a wheelchair in the hallway. Previous occupant was wheelchair bound and died in the house, and smell cigarette smoke between dinner time and early evening, 5 to 8. Radios would also get changed from whatever they were on to country music or static if you left them on when you left the room, even if you were alone in the house. Eventually all that stuff stopped. I figure he just wanted to make sure we would take good care of the house and farm. He's buried somewhere on the property. Back in the 1930s, my grandmama's mom gave birth to a baby girl with some health problems. She survived, but was never quite right. My grandma was given the job of caring for her. There were 10 kids on a huge farm, and no one had time for all the care this child needed. Hence my grandma. The girl was basically mute, or so everyone thought. Doctors said she'd never live past the age of 5, never walk, and never communicate. While she learned to communicate in her own way with grunts and walked fairly well, at the age of 5 she was up in the hayloft of the barn playing with a new batch of kittens while my grandma did her chores in the barn. The hayloft was old and not too sturdy. The kids were not supposed to be up there for any reason. My grandma said, if you needed hay, you use the pitchfork to throw it down. None of the older boys ever did this. Long story short, her baby sister fell through one of the many holes in the loft and broke her neck instantly. I was 14 and had a nervous breakdown. Her sister was like my child. I didn't even get to go to the funeral because I was so upset. Grandma didn't talk for 2 years. Her sister was buried on the farm in the family cemetery. My grandma said that the winter she started feeling better, she hiked up to the family cemetery and sat at her sister's grave and cried. When she got up to leave, she heard her sister's cry. She ran back to the farm and told her siblings what had transpired. They told her to be quiet and not talk about it. After this day, everyone in the family would hear the dead sister's wail, hear her grunts, and see her silhouette out of the corner of their eyes. My grandma said at first it scared her until she had a dream where she heard her sister talk normally. In the dream, her sister said she couldn't bear to leave her. After that, it became normal for my grandma. and most of the family just acted like it didn't happen. Fast forward to the 1970s when I was a small, curious child. I don't remember the first part of this, but my whole family says that when I was 3 or 4, I would always be playing with someone. When they asked who it was, I said the dead sister's name, and my grandma started crying. We moved away for a few years and moved back to my grandma's house when I was 9. Right away, I started hearing the grunts and wails, and it scared me shitless. I was scared of my own shadow. After a few weeks, when my grandma asked what was wrong, I told her this was the only time she ever told me the story. To this day, I'm scared when being in that house.
You always smell cigar smoke upstairs.
The toilet flushes on its own, doors open and close by themselves. You will be listening to the radio, and it just shuts off if you're listening to anything but the news. The barn doesn't have animals anymore, but one afternoon my children and I were cleaning out some of the stuff stored there when we all heard what sounded like my great-grandfather trying to get a horse into the stall. You could hear his voice and the horse's hooves. This only happened once, and we haven't been back in the barn since. I know we shouldn't be scared, but there's a lot going on at that place. I've told this story a million times, but you said you wanted to know if anyone has had similar stories. It happened to my dad's best friend. He's a family, down-to-earth sort of guy, and I've never heard him talk about anything paranormal before or since he told us this. So Jerry was driving from York, Pennsylvania to Harrisburg on Old York Road. He was taking a back road bordered by super tall pines and spruce trees on both sides. It was dusk, the type that comes just before it gets completely dark, and even with headlights things are hard to see. As he drove ahead, he saw what he initially thought was a child walking in the center of the road. It had its back to him, so he sped up to get closer. As he neared it, he noticed the child had a weird lurching walk, as if one of its legs were twisted or injured. Its arms were brought up in front of it, almost like a kangaroo holds its arms when it hops. When Jerry was neck and neck with it, he immediately realized that it wasn't a child but some sort of creature covered in thick red hair or fur. The creature didn't stop or turn or even seem to acknowledge the car. It kept going in that weird lurching walk. By this point it was totally dark out. No other cars had passed during this whole incident, and Jerry was completely freaked out. He said he felt wrong, like everything just felt so wrong and his instincts told him to go. So he slammed his foot on the accelerator and sped out of there. I was pretty young when he told me and my family this. I think he said it happened in the late 1980s, and I remember I had nightmares for weeks afterward. Unknown creatures like that really scared me. Ghosts are one thing, but any kind of creepy cryptid type thing is quite another. I'm always hyper aware whenever I'm out driving on back roads in the middle of the night. Now I am a mentally stable young wife and mother living in the deep south on the coast edge and have been in this beach town my whole life. You get a few miles west from the beach and you're immediately in the country. My mother's side has lived here as far back as memory serves, and my father is a Sioux whose mother moved him here as a child, away from the reservation. Since I can remember, my mother's side of the family has had run-ins with the Wampus cat. Legends vary depending on where you are, but commonly around here it's said she was a Cherokee woman who snuck into the woods to listen in on a males-only meeting. That included the chief and their medicine man. They're not sure if it's the correct term for this tribe. She wore the skin of a cougar as a disguise, but she was found out and the medicine man cursed her to forever wear the cougar skin. She now stalks people. For what reason, I don't know. But it follows me and my family, always has. We've gotten so used to the Wampus cat that we expect her when we move to a new house or when the seasons are changing or when we find ourselves in a moment of emotional weakness. When my mother had a rough day being bullied in middle school back in the 1980s, she was crying and riding her bike home down a country dirt road. The sun was setting, but it wasn't dark out yet. Behind her, she hears this shriek. I've heard it before, and it sounds like when an eagle screams, but with that gurgling, growling quality of a cougar's roar. So she turns around and sees a huge creature with dark matted fur in a stance like a gorilla standing on its knuckles. Back legs bent, chest and head up, supported by the arms on the knuckles. She turns around and races on her bike all the way home. She told her mom what she saw and calmly said, "That's just a wampus cat. They'd never hurt us, they just like to spook you." And that was that. So I grew up with a native father who was very superstitious. He practically jumped under the bed to hide when we heard the wampus cat scream in the backyard some nights, while my mom and grandmother would just kind of acknowledge it. "Oh, it's the cat again." And I have grown my whole life with this as completely normal. Even when I got married and my husband was out by the woods with me, we'd hear that scream, see leaves on the forest floor kick up as it stalked us, never coming too close, and have to realize that to people who didn't grow up in my town, this was a terrifying experience. It's like when you occasionally see a cardinal in the trees. A bit different than the day-to-day, but nothing life-changing. My closest encounter was one night in high school. My friend and I and her boyfriend were sitting on the front porch enjoying the nighttime salt air and lightning bugs. A huge, gorilla-sized, extremely hairy animal runs up to the front of the porch and screams like hell's opened up. Now I'm semi-used to the critter, but I don't want it 5 feet from me. We go to her bedroom and spend about an hour watching it stalk back and forth under our window about 10 feet down. Coastal towns have raised houses on stilts in case of hurricane. It was growling, spitting, screaming, and rolling around in the foliage, just being pesky and grumpy. Finally, it wanders off. All is quiet, and we fall asleep. Every once in a while, I'll still hear it. It's just life here. This town is extremely haunted. I grew up a few miles from the Fort Fisher battleground in North Carolina and many historic and tragic places. I have too many unnatural encounters with all sorts of things to put in one post, but my experience with a not-so-talked-about creature is just part of life to me. Don't go out too late in coastal North Carolina if you're easily scared. My brother lives in central Indiana. For years, his stepkids have said they've seen a creature out by the forest edge that would walk up to their driveway and stand on its hind legs and stare until they go inside. It's thin and red like a fox, but very large. It stands almost 5 feet tall when it stands on its hind legs. It has very large, pronounced canines. It doesn't have front paws, but rather long, claw-like hands. My brother, after thinking they were seeing things for so long, finally saw it himself last night. He said the hands look like Count Orlok from Nosferatu. Has anyone heard of a creature like that? I'm not from the Midwest, I'm from Western New York State, but we've got a bit of lore around these parts, similar to the Midwest. We have cornfield demons around here. Do I believe they're literally demons, as in denizens of hell? Not necessarily, but I don't necessarily believe they aren't either. The ones in these parts might be a different breed, so to speak, from the ones out west. They don't typically have glowing red eyes. Instead, their eyes are dark and sunken like bottomless pits. I've seen them a handful of times driving old back roads late at night. I usually only catch a silhouette, but I've developed a sort of intuition to tell if it's one of them or just some idiot neighbor kid. Some of them are tall enough that even when the cord is at its tallest, these things will stand head and shoulders above the tops of the stalks. I've heard people guess that it's Bigfoot, but these things are almost completely hairless and almost always pale as eggshells. Living a short drive away from Lost Nation State Forest, I have buddies who live around that area and we used to go camping out there regularly. We would often encounter some creatures which I affectionately call the children of the forest or tree children. Their skin is darker than the cornfield demons, and they are also much smaller in stature. They're comparable in size to, say, a large cat or small dog, humanoid. Some appear to have long shaggy hair, others seem to have none. They make no noise save for the rustling of branches as they move through the canopy at speeds that sometimes seem impossible. Much like the cornfield demons, the intentions of the children are uncertain. I've never witnessed them doing anything directly hostile, but they never really seem happy to see people in their area either. My friends and I went out one night to the hills in Lakeside, California, a suburb of San Diego, looking for a supposed screaming tree. We were in this field walking around to different creepy-looking trees when one buddy took another aside and started whispering. The rest of us were getting creeped out by this, so we asked what the hell they were talking about. Just then, one of them yelled out toward a hill about 100 yards away. "Excuse me, should we not be here?" Silence. "If we aren't supposed to be here, we can leave." The rest of us tried to look and saw this dark figure traversing the hill. It had to be 12 feet tall and its steps were massive. It stopped and looked down at us. Just then another friend exclaimed, "What in the world is that?" and pointed to a tree about 20 yards away from us. Another similar figure seemed to be hiding behind the trees, staring at us. The figure on the hill started walking toward us, and I don't think any of us had ever run so fast in our lives. We raced back to the car and hauled ass out of there. The night was clear and it was a full moon, so it was weird that they were just dark, with no features whatsoever. As a Native American who grew up in the middle of nowhere, like the nearest neighbor being a mile away, my grandmother always told me stories about the little people. I guess they were a mean tribe of short natives. They used to travel and attack other tribes for no reason. They were known to be mean and ruthless. And one day, the surrounding tribes all teamed up and annihilated the whole tribe of little people. They're said to haunt and bother the tribes, lure children away, and tie them up in the woods. It's also said that if you ever see one, all your hair will turn white and you'll die. My grandfather and my mom swear they saw a Bigfoot one time in a field by our house. They were driving home in a snowstorm when they saw someone walking in a field near their house. My grandpa pulled over, yelled out, asking if they were okay and if they needed a ride. And then they realized the person was super tall and had looked at them before running further into the storm where they couldn't see it anymore. The next spring, they found a huge footprint in the pastures. My grandma used to tell me many spooky stories about skinwalkers, the derby hat man, the goat man. She even worked at an old haunted boarding school called the Sisters Building. It wasn't a boarding school anymore after she worked there, but she's told me many creepy stories about that place. The image had been burned into my corneas. There's no way for me to forget what I'd witnessed that day. That even the large amount of alcohol I've consumed can chase away those nightmarish images. It seems to have the opposite effect and makes me relive those moments. I was just a naive 20-year-old. How was I supposed to know what lived in those woods? Evermore, how could I believe the tales the townspeople had whispered to their children at night? A beast so vicious and malevolent, that's like something from a horror movie. It was years ago. I've taken it upon myself to visit an old friend, Harold of mine, from college. We planned to celebrate his promotion with a few days of staying at the Itasca State Park in Minnesota. We rented a cabin and invited our other friends to join. It was rough getting all preparations ready, but it felt good when our hard work paid off. Everyone was having a blast. Harold fired up the grill. We all conversed and said our congratulations. Everything was going smoothly until night fell over the state park. It was odd to not hear any nocturnal animals out and about in the dark. It was even weirder when the crickets didn't make a sound. I lay on my bed and listened to the silence. A spark of anxiety and uneasiness settled in the pit of my stomach. The air felt like static. I caught a whiff of copper and the smell of hot garbage. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. My palms began to sweat and my body felt hot. A twig snapped just outside the small window of my room. I could hear ragged breathing as whatever was outside peered in through the window. I squeezed my eyes shut and lay as still as possible. The thing moved along the wall of the cabin. I could hear its heavy footsteps as it walked around the cabin. What the hell is that? I could hear the others in their rooms. My breath hitched in my throat as they turned on their lights. It's just outside our bedroom window. Sarah, Harold's girlfriend, hushed him. I got worried something might happen, so I climbed out of my bed and crept into their room. Both of them were looking out the window. Sarah leaned back and pinched her nostrils closed. She gagged. Whatever it is, it smells like a landfill. Harold looked at Sarah and smiled. I know one thing, bears are known to smell like garbage. So we can relax and go back to bed. Harold said he looked at me and waved his hand at me. How'd you know how to knock? He laughed, but it died out as soon as he realized I wasn't paying him any attention. I stared right through him and at the thing that was looking in through the window. It was massive, covered in dark long fur, and its eyes glowed in the light. I watched in horror as a massive hand tore right through the screen and latched onto Harold's bicep. Sarah shrieked as the thing pulled her boyfriend right out the window and into the night. We stared at the spot where Harold stood in shock, called the ranger station. I told Sarah as I went to wake up the others. We sat in the living room of the cabin and waited for the park ranger to return. The sounds of crickets filled the silence as we waited and waited. In the distance, I could hear the park ranger's ATV. A few minutes later, the ranger came back to the cabin, shook his head, and said, "We'll organize a search and rescue team for the time being. Would you explain to me what exactly happened?" The park ranger looked at Sarah and me. We both shed a look. How were we supposed to tell this guy that Bigfoot just abducted our friend right before our own eyes? We didn't tell him the truth. We told him that Harold had snuck alcohol on the premises of the park, got so drunk he climbed out of the window and just wandered off. They never did find Harold, not a single thing except for a footprint that's too large for a human being. Ojibwe believe that Bigfoot, or Sasquatch, is a being that protects women and children. So why did it attack Harold? Maybe Harold had planned to do something to his girlfriend that night. They didn't have the healthiest relationship. But I know one thing for sure, I'll never go back to Miteska State Park, and I'll be sure to know who I'm friends with. I don't want to be associated with someone that can do horrible things to their friends and family. Just the thought of being friends with him makes my blood boil. Who knew Harold was such a rotten person? The guilt eats away at me. I was the one who introduced the two. No matter how much alcohol I consume, I can still see his twisted face. I've been a park ranger for over a decade, and in that time I've learned to trust my instincts. The woods won't tell you things if you know how to listen. But sometimes it's better not to listen. Devil's Hollow is one of those places most rangers avoid it. There's a reason it's not on the tourist maps, and there's a reason the locals always speak of it in hushed tones. But my shift was up and I was called in on a report that made the hairs on my neck stand on end. They found a mutilated elk just beyond the hollow. That alone wasn't cause for alarm. Nature's brutal sometimes, but the reports didn't add up. No tracks from scavengers, no evidence of animals circling the carcass. Nothing but the elk's mangled body sitting eerily still in the snow. It wasn't until I saw the photographs that I knew this wasn't just another kill. Something was wrong. When I arrived at the scene, the air was thick with silence. Even the wind seemed hesitant to move through the trees. The elk's body lay in a strange position, its limbs twisted at unnatural angles. But it was the lack of tracks that really bothered me. The snow surrounding the elk was untouched. No sign of wolves, no sign of bears, no scavengers, and no animals anywhere in sight. Nothing. Not even a bird. It was as if whatever killed the elk didn't need to worry about the rest of the food chain. I crouched down, examining the torn flesh. There were no obvious bite marks, no claw marks from predators. This wasn't an animal attack. The meat had been sliced cleanly, like a butcher had gotten to it. But there was something else, something I couldn't explain. The smell was sharp, sour, a little like rotting meat, but there was something else mixed in, the scent of hunger, an insidious, almost predatory hunger that lingered in the air like it was still present. Watching me, I stood brushing snow from my gloves, scanning the area for any sign of what might have done this. And that's when I saw it. A trail, not of animal footprints, but of something else. Something wrong. The tracks were irregular, jagged, and they led further into the trees, toward the dense part of the woods where sunlight never seemed to reach. Without thinking, I followed. The deeper I went, the darker it became. The trees seemed to close in, pressing together, blocking out the last light of day. My breath quickened as I made my way through the thick underbrush. The feeling that I was being watched grew stronger with every step. I've been in these woods 100 times, but tonight, it felt different. Tonight, something was waiting, and it wasn't just the cold that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. It was the feeling that I wasn't alone. Something had followed me here. I pushed on, following the strange tracks deeper into the forest. The sunlight had long since disappeared, and the cold started creeping in, chilling me to the bone. It wasn't the usual winter chill either. This was different. Heavier, like the air itself was infected with something wrong. My flashlight bounced off the trees, casting long, jagged shadows that danced and twisted like they had a life of their own. I kept my hand on the butt of my gun, feeling its weight more than usual. The tracks led me towards something, an abandoned campsite. The fire pit at the edge of a ravine had been smothered in ash, half doused, but still warm to the touch. Whoever had been here wasn't too long gone. I didn't have time to waste. My boots crunched over the snow as I walked, scanning the remnants of the campsite with my eyes. The gear scattered about was enough to tell me someone had been in a hurry, but the bloodstains, those told a different story. They were fresh, real fresh. My heart started to race as I moved closer, my instincts screaming that I wasn't alone. The bloodstains were thick and smeared across the snow, like someone had dragged themselves away in desperation. And then I saw it, my body half-eaten. The man's skin was pale, stretched over a gaunt frame, and his eyes were wide open, frozen in an expression of pure terror. But it wasn't the body itself that turned my stomach. It was the way it had been mutilated. No animal would do this. The flesh had been torn apart, chewed in places, but also sliced cleanly in a way that was impossible for any creature I knew. I knelt beside the body, forcing myself not to gag. Something was wrong here, very wrong. I looked around, trying to make sense of it, when I heard a soft, ragged breathing. My hand immediately went to my sidearm, and I spun around looking for the source. It was a low sound, weak and labored, coming from beneath the remnants of a torn tent. I approached cautiously, my heart pounding in my chest. The survivor, a man, was crawling out, his face barely visible through the frost clinging to his skin. His clothes were torn and his eyes were glazed, unfocused. But when they locked onto mine, something in them told me he was still conscious, still fighting for control. His breath came out in shaky, clouded puffs. "Help me, please. I didn't mean for this," he muttered, his voice slurring. He was barely coherent, but there was something in his eyes that sent a chill through me. He looked like he'd seen things he could never forget. I reached out to help him, but as soon as I touched his arm, he recoiled with a sharp, strangled gasp. "It's inside me." His words were barely a whisper, and they made my stomach twist with unease. It wouldn't stop. Before I could react, his body shuddered violently. His eyes rolled back in his head, and his limbs jerked out of control. I stepped back, instinctively drawing my gun, but I couldn't tear my eyes away from what was happening. His body was contorting, elongating. His fingers grew impossibly long, becoming claws sharp and unnatural. His skin stretched, darkening until it looked like it was about to tear open completely. The wind was changing and it was happening in front of me faster than I could process. God, no, I whispered, unable to tear my gaze away from the horrific transformation. His jaw began to extend, cracking and widening, revealing rows of jagged teeth. His form was warping into something unrecognizable, something that shouldn't exist. It wasn't just a man anymore. It was becoming something else. A moment later, I didn't know what to do. My mind was racing. I had seen stories of these creatures, stories I thought were just folklore myths told to scare kids. But standing here watching the man twist into something unnatural, I knew that the legends weren't just stories. They were real, and I was trapped in the middle of it. Please, no more. The man's voice gurgled as he began to screech a horrific blend of human agony and animal rage. It was louder than anything I had ever heard before. And then time was up. The creature was in full form now, and it was coming straight at me. My heart hammered in my chest as the creature lunged at me. No longer. The man I had tried to help lunged at me with an unnatural speed, faster than any human could possibly move, and in the moment before I could raise my gun, it was already on me. The creature's claws raked through the air with a sickening shriek, its jagged teeth snapping like a predator closing in on its prey. I barely managed to dive to the side, rolling in the snow just as it slashed where I had been standing. I scrambled to my feet, my fingers fumbling with my gun. This creature wasn't like anything I'd ever encountered. There was no stopping it with ordinary means. My gun felt useless in my hands, more like a piece of steel that could do nothing to slow the beast down. My mind raced as I backed up, trying to put distance between myself and the creature, but its inhuman speed made that nearly impossible. It was hungry. I could feel it in the air, that suffocating desire that filled every space around me. It was drawn to me, its eyes glowing with an insatiable need for something, anything to fill the void inside it. I could almost taste the hunger on my tongue, a feeling that clung to the very air I breathed. When it let out another screech, this one louder, more anguished, like it was in pain from its own hunger, and I realized then that this creature wasn't just attacking me. It was driven by something far darker. I ran, my legs burning from the cold, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The forest was a blur as I pushed forward, trying to outrun the monster behind me. Every time I turned, I caught a glimpse of its long limbs stretching impossibly far, its skeletal form almost flying through the woods. There was no escaping it. I was too slow. It was too fast. Then I stumbled upon it. An old ravine, barely visible through the trees, but deep enough to provide some kind of shelter. I didn't have time to think. I just reacted. I sprinted toward it, hoping that the creature's unnatural speed could track me through the rough terrain. But as I neared the edge of the ravine, I realized I had made a fatal mistake. The ground beneath me gave way. I fell. The snow-covered edge crumbled as I went over, my arms flailing as I tried to catch myself. I hit the ground hard, the wind knocked out at me, and my vision blurred from the impact. Pain radiated through my ribs and I struggled to breathe. I pushed myself to my knees, gasping for air. But when I looked up, I saw it standing at the edge of the ravine. Its long, bony fingers dug into the earth, and it leaned over its face, twisted in an almost mocking expression as it stared down at me. "You can outrun me," it hissed, though the voice was wrong, distorted. Like I didn't belong to any living being. You could escape the hunger. My heart skipped a beat, and a rush of terror flooded my veins. It wasn't just a creature, it was something ancient, something that existed in the dark corners of the world, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. It was a force of nature, an unstoppable wave of destruction, and I was its prey. I knew then that my only chance was to fight back. But how? A gun, a knife, none of it would be enough. I nodded to think to use whatever I could to survive. My eyes scanned the area, looking for anything useful. That's when I spotted it, just below the ravine. Near a cluster of fallen logs was an old hunting trap. One of the large steel traps meant to capture animals. It had been set, though I had no idea by who or when. But in that moment, it was the only option I had. I forced myself to my feet, ignoring the pain in my side. My gun was useless now, but I could make this work. If I could lure the Wendigo down into the trap, maybe, just maybe, I could buy myself enough time to get away. The Wendigo let out a low growling sound, almost as if it were amused by my attempts to escape. But I didn't have the luxury of fear anymore. I was going to survive or die trying. The Wendigo's eyes followed me, its every movement calculated and deliberate, as it loomed over the ravine's edge. I could feel its gaze burn into my back, waiting for me to make the next move. My heart raced in my chest, each beat sounding like a drum in my ears. There was no turning back now. I had to make this work. I glanced at the trap below, my mind racing as I tried to calculate the best way to lure the creature into it. The steel jaws of the trap glinted ominously in the dim light filtering through the trees. It wasn't much, but it was the only thing that might slow the Wendigo down. I needed to get it close enough to bait it just right. I couldn't afford to make a mistake. I took a deep breath, steadying myself as I crouched down near the edge of the ravine. My fingers gripped the snow, my knuckles white with tension. The Wendigo's presence loomed behind me like a shadow, but I focused on the task at hand. Slowly, I began to gather rocks and branches, moving as quietly as possible, my body trembling from the cold and fear. The smell of the Wendigo's hunger hung in the air, sharp and pungent, but I didn't dare look back. The trap was old, rusted, and barely functional, but it had one thing going for it. The Wendigo was too focused on me, too driven by its insatiable need for flesh to notice the danger beneath it. I had to make it think it could catch me. It had to think I was an easy target. I took a slow step backward, the cold seeping through my boots into my feet as I made my way closer to the ravine's edge. My plan was simple: get the creature to chase me, drop down into the ravine, and then pray the trap would work. The Wendigo's screeches echoed through the trees, a low, eerie sound that vibrated in my chest. It's toying with me, I knew it. It wanted to savor my fear, draw out my death as long as possible. With a sudden jerking motion, the Wendigo leapt off the edge of the ravine, its body twisting mid-air as it came, barreling toward me. Its claws extended, and I could hear the bones in its limbs snap and crack as it moved with sickening speed. I didn't hesitate. I spun on my heel and ran, my feet pounding the snow-covered ground. The Wendigo was gaining on me. Its snarls and growls grew louder with each passing second. I kept my eyes fixed ahead, the trap in my sights. The ground beneath me was slick, the snow and ice making it harder to gain traction, but I pushed forward with every ounce of strength I had left. The sound of the Wendigo's pursuit was deafening, its footfalls thunderous and chaotic as it crashed through the woods after me. I could feel the ground shake with each of its steps. It was close, too close. I had no idea how much time I had left. Then the world seemed to slow down. I felt a tug at my heart, a sharp realization that I wasn't going to make it. But then, just as quickly as the thought came, I reached the edge of the trap. And in wait, I dove to the side, rolling into a snowbank as the Wendigo came barreling past me. I heard its screeching roar as it fell straight into the trap. The massive steel jaws slammed shut with a deafening crack. I held my breath, praying the trap had held. The Wendigo's body twisted and contorted in the trap's grip, its screeches of pain filling the air. It thrashed violently, but the trap, though rusty, was still strong enough to keep it contained. For now, I scrambled back to my feet, my mind racing. The creature was still alive, still struggling, but it was trapped for the moment. I had no idea how long that would last, but I knew I had to act fast. I didn't have the luxury of waiting. The trap wasn't a permanent solution. It was a temporary one at best. I looked around frantically, trying to find anything else I could use, any advantage I could gain over the creature. The snow around me was stained red from the Wendigo's struggle, and the smell of decay filled the air, mixing with the cold. The hunger was still there, pulsing through the woods like a heartbeat. It was waiting for me to slip up, to make one wrong move. But for now, I had a brief moment of respite. The Wendigo was still contained, and I had a plan. If I could only hold on long enough to put it into action. The Wendigo's thrashing had slowed to a frenzied spasm, its body jerking violently in the trap as it snarled and writhed against its restraints. The sheer force of its struggle rattled the earth beneath me, but I didn't flinch. I knew I couldn't. There was no time for hesitation now. This was my chance, my only chance to end this nightmare once and for all. I moved quickly, my breath visible in the frigid air as I scanned the area for anything that could give me an advantage. The cave was just ahead, a narrow, dark passage leading deep into the earth. If I could get the Wendigo inside, I might stand a chance. The stories I'd heard about the creature's vulnerability to fire flooded my mind. The key wasn't just to trap it, but to destroy it. Once and for all, I didn't waste another second. I grabbed the last of the explosives from my pack, the heavy charge weighing down my hand as I sprinted toward the cave. I could hear the Wendigo's screeches growing louder, more desperate. I know it wouldn't stay trapped for long. Its hunger was endless, relentless, and it was only a matter of time before it broke free. I had no illusions about my survival. The only thing that mattered now was ensuring that the creature wouldn't escape, that it wouldn't continue its terror. I ducked into the cave, the narrow entrance forcing me to move in a crouch, and set the explosive charge near the entrance. The walls of the cave were slick with ice, the shadows thick and oppressive. Every instinct in me screamed to run to get out while I still had the chance. But I couldn't. I had to finish this. I could hear the Wendigo just outside its claws scraping against the snow, its body moving with inhuman speed. The sound of its breath, ragged and wet, echoed through the trees. It was close. I had to get this right. I primed the explosive and set it on a timer. It wasn't much, but it was enough. The Wendigo's eyes burned in the dim light as it spotted me, its hunger evident in every twitch of its body. It lunged forward, its mouth open wide, its teeth gleaming like jagged knives in the darkness. I felt a chill run down my spine as I backed further into the cave, my heart hammering in my chest. But then it stopped. For a moment, the Wendigo just stood there, its head tilting slightly to the side. It seemed to sense something, to understand the danger that I had set in motion. I didn't know if it was intelligent enough to recognize the trap, but it didn't matter. It was already too late. I triggered the charge. The explosion tore through the cave, a deafening roar that rattled the earth beneath me. The force of the blast knocked me off my feet, sending me tumbling into the shadows. The cave entrance collapsed with a deafening crash, sealing the Wendigo inside. I scrambled to my knees, my ears ringing, my vision blurry from the impact. But that was my time to recover. I had to make sure the creature didn't survive. The Wendigo's shrieks echoed from within the cave. The sound was both human and monstrous, filled with pain and rage. The fire had caught quickly, the flames eating through the narrow passage like a hungry beast, and I could hear the crackling of the fire as it consumed everything in its path. The Wendigo's howls grew louder, more frantic, until they were replaced by the sound of something burning, flesh, bone, everything. The creature screamed one final horrifying cry before it was silenced by the flames. I sat there for a moment, staring at the cave entrance, waiting. I didn't know how long I sat there. It felt like hours, though it was probably only minutes. The air was thick with the smell of smoke and burnt flesh, and the silence that followed was almost worse than the screams. I couldn't shake the feeling that I hadn't truly won. But the Wendigo's hunger was still out there, still waiting for another chance. But for now, it was over. I stood up, my body sore, covered in soot, and walked slowly toward the remains of the cave. There was nothing left but ash and charred bones. The Wendigo was gone, consumed by its own hunger. The fire had done what I couldn't. But even as I turned to leave, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still watching me, something far deeper in the woods beyond the smoke and shadows. And though the Wendigo was dead, the hunger it left behind would haunt these woods for a long time to come. My name is Rick Andrews, and I've been a park ranger in Alaska for close to 12 years now. The job was supposed to be simple. A life among the towering pines and snow-capped peaks, far from the noise of civilization. I'd grown up with a love for the wilderness, and this was my dream, or at least I thought it was. And what I didn't expect were the things I would see. Things that go beyond logic, beyond reason. This wasn't what they told me about when I signed up. I'm stationed with Denali National Park. A place so vast and isolated it's easy to forget the world exists beyond its borders. The animals were the usual suspects. Moose, wolves, and bears always keeping their distance. But it wasn't the animals that had me worried. It was something else. Something watching. Something I couldn't explain. My partner Sarah had started talking about it too. She'd heard things at night. Footsteps crunching in the snow, low growls from somewhere in the dark. I told her it was just the wind or maybe a bear, but deep down I wasn't so sure anymore. One evening, as the sun dipped behind the horizon, Sarah and I were called to investigate a disturbance near the farthest reaches of the park, a dense forest area where few people ventured. When we arrived, we found nothing but overturned trees and claw marks etched deep into the trunks. "There?" Sarah asked, but I shook my head. The marks were too high up, far beyond any bear's reach, and there was no scent, no tracks leading away. It didn't make sense. We stood there for what felt like hours, the silence almost oppressive. Then I heard it, a rustling in the brush just beyond the tree line. I told Sarah to stay put while I crept closer, my flashlight casting long, jittery shadows across the undergrowth. That's when I saw it, two glowing eyes staring back at me from the darkness. For a moment, time seemed to freeze. My heart thudded painfully in my chest and I felt a cold sweat break out along my spine. Then the eyes vanished. No sound, no movement, just the absence of it. What the hell was that? Sarah whispered, her voice shaky. She had crept up behind me and I hadn't even heard her. "I don't know," I muttered, trying to calm my racing thoughts. But I'm not sticking around to find out. I turned quickly, but as we walked back to the truck, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being followed. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig underfoot sent my nerves into overdrive. There was something out there, something that was neither animal nor man. By the time we reached the truck, the air felt charged thick with an unspoken dread. As I started the engine, I glanced over at Sarah, who was staring out the window. Her face was pale. "We need to report this," she said, though I could hear the uncertainty in her voice. "I will," I replied. But deep down, I knew the park wouldn't take it seriously. They never did when it came to things like this. I wasn't sure I believed it myself, but the more I thought about it, the more I realized one thing: the park had been hiding something. Something big. The next few days felt like a blur. Sarah and I didn't speak much about what had happened. We both pretended like everything was normal, but it wasn't. I kept running over the events in my mind, trying to make sense of them. Whatever we had seen, it wasn't like anything I had encountered in all my years in the field. The park had its share of strange occurrences, mysterious noises, unexplainable tracks. But this was different. This felt real. I spent the next few days on edge. Every crack in the trees, every rustle of leaves seemed to pull my attention. I couldn't shake the image of those glowing eyes from my mind. And the silence, that profound, suffocating silence when it vanished, It was like something was watching us, waiting for the right moment to strike. It wasn't paranoia. It was instinct. And that instinct was telling me that whatever was out there was no longer just a curiosity. It was a threat. Sarah and I were out on patrol again when we came across something that would make the hairs on the back of anyone's neck stand up. A trail. A trail that didn't belong to anything I'd seen before. The tracks were too large to be from any bear or moose. They were deep, as if something heavy had walked through the snow, but the shape was wrong. Too wide, too long. At first glance, I thought it was a trick of the light. Maybe a trick of my mind, but the closer we got, the more I realized how wrong I was. I knelt down beside one of the prints, studying it closely. This doesn't make any sense, I muttered to myself. Whatever made. These is huge. And I mean huge. The tracks were at least 1.5 feet long, and the toes, they weren't like anything I'd ever seen. They were blunt, almost like humans, but something was off. I don't like this. Sarah said, her voice barely above a whisper. She looked around nervously, her eyes darting from tree to tree. Rick, what if it's the thing we saw? I stood up, brushing the snow off my gloves. It might be, but we need to find out for sure. The further we followed the trail, the deeper it led into the forest, away from the paths we knew. The air grew colder, the silence more oppressive. It was as if the forest was holding its breath, waiting for something. We pressed on our flashlights, cutting narrow beams through the dark. Eventually, we came to a clearing. It was small, and in the center of it, something lay on the ground. I stopped in my tracks. My heart skipped a beat. There, in the snow, was a body of deer, but not just any deer. Its body was twisted and contorted in a way that made my stomach churn. Its eyes were wide open, frozen in a look of terror. The maroons, I couldn't even comprehend them. There were deep gouging marks along its body, as if something with claws had torn it apart. What did this? Sarah asked, her voice trembling. I didn't have an answer, but as I looked around the clearing, I could feel it. The weight of something just beyond our sight, something massive and unnatural watching us. We need to go, I said, my voice low. Now. But before we could turn around, the wind picked up, carrying with it a low growl. It was deep and sounded too close for comfort. The growl echoed through the trees, a primal sound that seemed to vibrate in my chest. My heart pounded as Sarah and I froze, our eyes scanning the shadows, searching for the source. The wind howled, carrying with it the scent of something foul like wet earth and decay. It was then that I realized how truly alone we were out here. The forest had gone still too. Still no birds, no rustling of leaves, just the cold breath of something in the dark. Rick, Sarah, I whispered, her voice trembling. What the hell is that? I don't know, I replied, trying to keep my voice steady. But we need to move, man. We began to backtrack slowly, never taking our eyes off the trail line. The growl came again, louder this time, closer. I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck stand up, a creeping sense of dread settling over me. I had no idea what we were dealing with, but it wasn't something I'd ever encountered before. No bear, no wolf, no moose made that kind of sound. Suddenly, there was a snap of branches behind us. We both spun around in unison, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. But there was nothing there, just the trees, empty, silent trees. I could feel Sarah's hand tighten around mine, and I didn't blame her. Fear had a way of making the rational mind falter, and right now all I wanted to do was run. But we couldn't. Not yet. Stay calm, I whispered, though I wasn't sure if I was trying to reassure her or myself. We just need to get back to the truck. It's not far. We turned and started moving again, faster now, our boots crunching in the snow as we made our way back toward the clearing. But the further we went, the more wrong things felt. The woods seemed to close in around us, the trees leaning in as if trying to trap us. The air grew colder, the temperature dropping with each step. I glanced over at Sarah, her face pale in the light of the flashlight. "You okay?" I asked, though I already knew the answer. "No," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Freak, something's out there. It's following us." I didn't need her to say it. I could feel it too, the heavy presence that lurked just beyond our sight. The way the shadows moved in the corners of my vision, the feeling of being watched. I knew what I had seen, and I knew what we were up against. This wasn't just some animal. It was something bigger, something older. Something that had no place in this world. We reached the edge of the clearing and I let out a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. The truck was in sight just beyond the trees. As we hurried toward it, the ground beneath us trembled just slightly. A low rumble like something heavy moving through the earth. And then, without warning, the sky was filled with a loud, blood-curdling roar. It was the sound of something ancient, something that didn't belong in the world of man. The roar shook the air around us, vibrating in my bones, and I realized with a sickening jolt that whatever it was closing in. We ran. There was no thought, no hesitation, just instinct pushing us forward, our legs burning as we sprinted toward the truck. The roar echoed in the distance so loud and primal that I could feel it in my chest like an earthquake trembling through the ground. I didn't look back. I didn't want to know what was behind us. All I knew was that we had to get to the truck, to safety. "Go, go, go," Sarah shouted, her voice high-pitched with panic as she pushed me ahead, her hands still gripping mine tightly. I could hear the crunch of snow behind us, heavier and now closer. The sound of something large, something fast, chasing us. The truck was only a few hundred yards away, but with every step the distance seemed to grow. I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever was out there was faster than us, more determined. My flashlight flickered as I ran, casting long, shaky beams of light across the dark landscape. Every shadow seemed to move, every crack in the trees felt like an ambush waiting to happen. We were surrounded. When we finally reached the truck, I fumbled with the keys, my hands trembling so violently that I could barely get the damn thing in the ignition. Sarah was already in the passenger seat, her face pale and eyes wide with terror, but she didn't say anything. She didn't need to. We both knew something terrible was out there, something that was hunting us. The roar came again, this time so close it seemed to vibrate the air around us. Finally, the truck roared to life. I slammed the gear shifting the drive and floored the accelerator, the tires spinning as we tore through the snow back onto the path leading out of the park. I didn't look in the rearview mirror. I didn't want to, but the feeling of being hunted, of something closing in, wouldn't leave me. It nagged at my mind, tightening with every passing second. "Rick, what the hell was that?" Sarah asked, her voice trembling but still laced with disbelief. "Nothing," I said, my throat tight. "It wasn't a bear. It wasn't anything we've ever seen." "I know. It wasn't anything normal. I don't know what it is, but it's not alone. There's more out there, I can feel it." The truck bounced over the rough terrain, the headlights illuminating nothing but trees and snow. The wind howled, and the world outside felt like a void, a black hole waiting to swallow us whole. But then, just as quickly as it had started, the pursuit stopped. The crunching of snow behind us faded, and the night fell eerily silent again. I glanced over at Sarah. She was staring ahead, her eyes wide, filled with fear. "Do you think we lost it?" she asked, her voice barely audible. "I don't know," I said, my voice hoarse, "but we're not going to stick around to find out." As I drove faster, my mind raced. I had no answers, no explanation for what we just encountered. There had to be something, though, something we were missing. The park had always been full of strange stories, of creatures lurking in the woods, of things people couldn't explain. But I never thought it would be real. Now I wasn't so sure anymore, and neither was Sarah. We need to warn the others, she said, finally speaking again. Rick, the park. It's not safe anymore. If that thing is out there, it's only a matter of time before someone else sees it. I didn't answer right away. I couldn't. The thought of going back, of returning to that hellish forest, made my stomach churn. But Sarah was right. We couldn't let this go. We had to get the word out, no matter the cost. We didn't talk much after that. The drive back to the ranger station felt like it took hours, the weight of the nights pressing down on us, turning every passing minute into an eternity. I kept my eyes on the road, my hands gripping the steering wheel so tightly. My knuckles ached. Every shadow felt like a threat, every gust of wind like a whisper of something following us. By the time we reached the station, it was well past midnight. The station was dark, with only the faint glow of security lights outside illuminating the windows. I parked the truck in front and we got out, quickly making our way inside. The silence of the place was suffocating. Sarah and I hadn't said a word since we arrived, but I knew what we both were thinking. Who would believe us? Inside the station, I tried to shake off the unease, but it stuck to me like cold sweat. The walls felt closer now, as though the space had shrunk since my last visit here. I went straight for the radio, hoping to reach anyone at the nearby outpost. But the static crackling back at me made it clear that we were alone. No help would be coming. The weight of isolation settled in again. We need to go public. Sarah finally spoke, her voice strained with fear and resolve. We could just sit on this, she said. We can't pretend like it didn't happen. I shook my head, pacing the small office. If we tell anyone, they'll think we're crazy. The park, the authorities, they won't believe us. They'll cover it up like they always do with stuff like this. But Sarah insisted, her voice breaking, that it's still out there. What if it attacks someone else? What if? Cut her off, but she continued to rub her temples, her eyes downcast. After a heavy silence, she muttered almost to herself, I don't care what they say. I'm reporting it. We have to let people know. I can't just pretend like everything's fine. Not after what we saw. I ran a hand through my hair, exhaling sharply. Sarah, I get it, but we need to think this through. If we make the wrong move, it could make it worse. We could be putting ourselves and everyone else in danger. It was then that I heard something, a sound from outside, a faint rustling like footsteps in the snow. I froze, my heart racing. It was too quiet, too deliberate. I stood up slowly, making my way toward the window, my hand trembling as I pulled back the blinds. Outside, standing in the shadow of the trees, was a figure, a tall, hulking silhouette that towered over the surrounding foliage. Its body was covered in something dark, something that blended seamlessly into the night. I couldn't make out details, but I could feel its eyes on me. I could feel the weight of its gaze, cold and unblinking. Rick, Sarah whispered, her voice shaking. What is that? I didn't answer. I just watched as the figure stood still, not moving, not making a sound. And then it was gone, vanished into the night, leaving nothing behind but the eerie silence. We need to get out of here, I said, my voice low and urgent. No, we didn't waste any time. The moment that figure disappeared into the trees, I grabbed Sarah's arm and pulled her toward the door. There was no more hesitation, no more planning. Whatever that thing was, it was out there and it wasn't waiting for us to make up our minds. We scrambled into the truck, my mind racing as I shoved the keys into the ignition and slammed the gear shift into drive. The truck roared to life, the engine vibrating through my hands as I pulled away from the station. The forest loomed on either side of us, dark and impressive as if it were closing in, swallowing the road whole. We were heading out, but I knew we weren't safe. Not yet. Rick, Sarah said, her voice strained. We have to tell someone. We can't keep this to ourselves. I glanced over at her. Her face was pale in the dim light. She was terrified, but there was something else in her eyes too, something determined. I know, I replied, my voice low and tense, but not yet. We need more proof. We can go in half-cocked. The truck bounced over the rough road, the headlights illuminating only the nearest trees, casting long, eerie shadows that seemed to stretch toward us. I kept glancing at the rearview mirror, half expecting to see something following us, but the road behind us remained empty. That wasn't much of a relief. The silence was worse. I didn't know what I expected to find in the forest. Maybe, I thought, if we stayed on the move long enough, whatever was out there would leave us alone. But deep down I knew that wasn't going to happen. Whatever it was, whatever had been stalking us, wasn't just going to disappear. The night dragged on in heavy, suffocating silence, each minute stretching longer than the last. I had no idea where we were going, just that I needed to put distance between us and whatever that creature was. But as we rounded a corner, something caught my eye. A shape in the distance stood at the edge of the trees, watching us. It was the same hulking figure standing motionless, its eyes glowing faintly in the darkness. I slammed on the brakes and the truck skidded to a halt. "Did you see that?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "Yeah," Sarah replied, her breath coming in quick gasps. It's the same thing. It's watching us." I didn't want to stop. I didn't want to face whatever was out there, but I couldn't keep driving in circles. "We need to get out of here," I said, my hand shaking as I turned the key in the ignition and started to back up. But the moment I did, the figure stepped forward, its large frame emerging from the shadows. I could feel it now. The heavy, suffocating presence. It wasn't alone anymore. I could hear movement all around us, footsteps in the snow, the sound of something large approaching. My heart hammered in my chest as I threw the truck into reverse, my foot pressing down hard on the gas. We were being surrounded. But then, just as quickly as it had started, the sound stopped. A figure retreated into the darkness, vanishing like a shadow. "Rick, what the hell just happened?" Sarah whispered, her voice shaking. "I don't know," I said, my mind reeling. "But we're not staying here, not for one more second." We drove for hours, heading deeper into the wilderness, away from the park and whatever was hunting us. But even as the sun began to rise, I knew that whatever we'd seen was still out there, and it wasn't finished with us yet. I had no answers, no solution. Only one thing was certain: we couldn't hide forever. We never made it to safety. Not really. Oh, we found a place to lay low for a while, a small cabin miles from any other person, but it was never enough. The creature, whatever it was, kept its distance at first. It seemed to be watching and waiting, that I could feel it always. Even when we thought we were alone, when the nights were quiet and still, I felt those eyes, the weight of them on the back of my neck like a hunter waiting to strike. We tried everything, calling in people from the park, government, and media, but no one believed us. Not at first. They wrote it off as a bear sighting gone wrong, or usual wildlife disturbances that could be easily explained away. They didn't listen. No one wanted to hear about what we had seen, what we had experienced. Eventually, I stopped trying to convince anyone. The more I spoke about it, the crazier I sounded. And Sarah, as she left the forest, disappeared back into the city, away from the place where we had both lost our grip on reality. I think she blamed me. I know I blamed myself. The thing in the woods never went away. It's still out there, hiding in the shadows, waiting. I don't know if it's the last of its kind or if there's more like it. All I know is that we never found it and it never stopped watching us. I never wanted to be a cryptid hunter. It wasn't part of the plan when I first set out for the wilderness of New Mexico. My name's Evan Marshall, a wildlife biologist by trade, specializing in environmental threats and ecosystem preservation. But after spending years in research labs and studying animals through a microscope, I realized I was chasing answers that didn't seem to exist on paper. There were stories that couldn't be ignored, of creatures lurking in the hidden crevices of the earth, cryptids that people whispered about in the shadows. One such story had become a haunting obsession, the Manco's Beast. I first heard about it from an old park ranger named Bill. Numbered by chance while I was surveying the terrain near the Mancos River, and he had taken an interest in my work. Bill had been stationed in these parts for over 20 years. "You don't believe in the beast, do you?" he asked one night as we sat around the fire. The question caught me off guard, but I couldn't deny my curiosity. Error reports, strange noises, cattle mutilations, and sightings that didn't add up. The Mancos Beast, according to locals, was a shadow in the night, a creature that could change its form, its size, its presence. Some said it was a bear. Others claimed it was something much older, something that had lived in these mountains long before any humans set foot in New Mexico. I didn't think much of it at the time. After all, cryptids were mostly myth and legend, right? But as I listened to Bill's stories, I started to feel the weight of his belief. It wasn't just the stories that began to bother me, it was the evidence. Strange footprints in the dirt, much too large to be any known animal. A scream echoing through the canyon that sounded like a person, but with a pitch so low it made your bones vibrate. Bill had seen it once, just once years ago. He said it was the eyes that got him. The way they glowed faint and distant like the moonlight reflecting off old glass. I decided to take it upon myself to uncover the truth. Armed with only a few basic supplies, I ventured deeper into the Mancos wilderness than any scientist had gone before. I wasn't just looking for proof of the beast. I was looking for answers. If it existed, what did that mean for the balance of nature here? For ecosystems that depended on stability. And if it was just a myth, why were so many people afraid? My first few days were uneventful. The usual silence of the wilderness pressed down on me like a weight, and the wind carried the scent of pines and earth. It wasn't until the third night, when the temperature dropped sharply and the wind picked up, that things took a turn for the strange. That night I heard something. Long, almost imperceptible at first. The sound was unlike anything I'd ever heard before. No bird, no animal, no wind. It was more like a hum, a vibration in the air that made my skin prickle. I couldn't ignore it anymore. I had my camera ready. If I could just catch a glimpse of whatever it was, maybe I could prove to myself once and for all that there was nothing here to fear. But as I turned the lens toward the noise, the light from my flashlight caught something else. Something moving in the shadows. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. The shadow moved too quickly for my eyes to adjust, but I knew it wasn't an animal. Whatever it was too large, too deliberate, and too fast. I tightened my grip on the camera, hoping it would catch something, anything that could explain the inexplicable. The night was so still that it felt like the world was holding its breath, waiting for me to act. I didn't want to move. My instincts told me to stay frozen, but curiosity pushed me to investigate further. I started walking slowly toward the place where the shadow had been, stepping carefully to avoid the dry twigs and leaves that would give my position away. That unnerving vibration was still there, pulsating in the back of my mind. My flashlight flickered, casting erratic shadows on the trees, which only deepened the eerie atmosphere. As I neared the area, I noticed the ground was disturbed. Broken branches, large divots in the earth. Something had been here recently, and whatever it was had moved with unnatural force. Then I saw it. A pair of glowing eyes, barely visible from behind the trees, watching me. Not an animal's eyes. These were human-like, but much too large, set deep within a face that I couldn't fully see. My breath caught in my throat as I tried to steady myself. I'd heard the stories, of course, but seeing it in person, it was something else entirely. The eyes blinked once and then vanished. I darted forward, hoping to catch a glimpse, but the creature had disappeared, slipping into the shadows as if it had never been there. The hum stopped, abruptly, replaced by the heavy silence of the forest. I stood frozen for what felt like an eternity, my mind racing to make sense of what I had just witnessed. I couldn't let fear take hold. I had come out here to find answers, and I wasn't about to let this be the end of it. I moved deeper into the woods, following the disturbed ground. The further I went, the more unsettling the forest became. The trees seemed to grow closer together, blocking out the sky and creating a sense of claustrophobia. The air was thick, heavy with a scent of decay, and the faint sound of rushing water could be heard in the distance. By the time I reached the riverbank, I had no doubt that I was on the trail of something real. The area around the water was unlike anything I had encountered before. There were more footprints. Huge clawed prints that dug deep into the mud led off toward a rocky outcrop. I crouched down, examining them closely. These weren't the tracks of any known animal in this region. These were something entirely different. I snapped several photos, trying to document everything. As I stood up, something in the trees rustled. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up and I turned, instinctively expecting to see it again. But this time it was eyes that I saw. There was a figure half hidden behind the rocks, barely visible in the dim light. It was large, towering over me. Its silhouette was distorted by the trees and shadows. The same hum returned, stronger, vibrating through my bones. I wasn't alone anymore. I barely had time to react before the figure stepped forward. Its movement was smooth, almost graceful, despite its massive size. The hum reverberated in the air, growing louder with every step it took. I wanted to run. My instincts screamed at me to turn and flee, but my body was frozen, locked in place by fear and fascination that had gripped me. There was no denying it now. I was face to face with the Mancos beast. The creature was unlike anything I'd ever seen. Its form was obscured by darkness, but I could make out enough to know it wasn't just a bear or a misidentified predator. Its body was covered in matted fur that seemed to shimmer in the faint light of my flashlight, and its legs were long and muscular, bent at unnatural angles. Its eyes, glowing faintly, were too human, too intelligent, and its gaze was fixed squarely on me. I swallowed hard, trying to gather my thoughts. I wasn't prepared for this. Sure, I'd come into these woods looking for answers, but not answers like this. Was it possible? Could the Manco's beast be real? My camera, still clutched tightly in my hands, seemed like a poor tool in the face of something so terrifying. But the urge to document, to gather proof of what I was seeing, was too strong to ignore. Who are you? I managed to whisper, my voice shaky. I didn't expect it to answer, of course. Cryptids weren't known for speaking, but the silence that followed my question only made the tension in the air more unbearable. The creature didn't move, but I could feel its presence weighing down on me. My mind raced, trying to process everything at once. It couldn't be real. It couldn't be. And yet, here it was. My rational mind clung to the hope that there was an explanation, anything other than the supernatural. But deep down I knew that whatever I was facing was not of this world. The creature's eyes never left me. They were piercing, intelligent, and full of an ancient wisdom that made my skin crawl. As it stood there, the vibrations in the air intensified, almost as if the very ground beneath my feet was alive with some kind of energy. My heart raced in my chest, and every instinct told me to get out, to run as far and as fast as I could. But my legs refused to obey. A sharp crack echoed through the forest. Too loud, too sudden. My gaze snapped to the sound, and I saw a flash of movement in the trees. Another figure. The second one was smaller, faster, darting in and out of the shadows almost like a blur. Panic surged through me. The first one had been terrifying enough, but now there were more than one. I wasn't just facing a cryptid, I was facing a pack of them. I tried to move, but fear kept me rooted to the spot. The smaller creature darted closer, its movements too quick to track. It made no sound, only a sudden shift in the darkness, a whisper of movement that left me no time to react. My flashlight flickered again, and for a brief moment the two creatures were illuminated. The first one stood tall, almost regal in stature, while the smaller one crouched low, watching me with predatory intensity. "Leave now," a voice echoed in my mind. It wasn't a whisper, but a command, clear, resonant, and unmistakably human. My head snapped back toward the larger cryptid, whose eyes seemed to pulse with some strange kind of energy. It wasn't the beast that had spoken. The voice in my mind wasn't a warning or a plea. It was an order echoing through my thoughts with unnerving clarity. It wasn't the first time something like this had happened in the wilderness. Strange occurrences, unexplained phenomena. But this was different. There was intent behind it. The creature wasn't just a cryptid, there was purpose behind its actions. It was communicating with me. I took a shaky breath and looked between the two cryptids. The larger one, the one with the glowing eyes, hadn't moved an inch since it appeared. Its gaze held me, but there was something almost expectant in the way it stared, like it was waiting for me to respond. The smaller creature, more agile and restless, shifted in the shadows, but it never strayed far from the larger one. I felt trapped, caught in a tension-filled standoff. "Who are you?" I demanded, my voice shaky but firm. I wasn't sure what I expected the answer to be. Could it even understand me? Could it respond? But as the words left my mouth, a strange sense of calm washed over me, as though the very air had shifted, aligning with some ancient rhythm I couldn't comprehend. And then unexpectedly the answer came. "You're the forgotten," the voice echoed once more, not in my ears, but deep inside my mind. It wasn't just a sentence. It was a feeling, a deep, profound sorrow, as if the cryptid had lived through centuries of abandonment and silence. The words weren't just a response. They were an invitation to understand, to grasp the depth of something far older and far more dangerous than I had ever imagined. The forgotten. I asked almost to myself. I didn't know what it meant, but there was something chilling about it. My mind raced, trying to piece together the fragments of information I'd gathered about the Manco's beast. Local myths, strange reports of disappearances, whispers of ancient rituals that had taken place in the very area I now stood. Or was the creature really... was it a guardian, a predator, or something more? The creature didn't answer right away, but its eyes glowed brighter in the dark, as if it were contemplating whether to reveal more. I felt an overwhelming need to move forward, to press the creature for answers, but my body was paralyzed by fear. It wasn't just the sight of this thing. It was the realization that it had been watching me for far longer than I'd known. It had been waiting. And then, as though sensing my hesitation, the smaller cryptid darted forward. The movement was so swift I barely had time to react. It was on me in an instant, its claws reaching for my camera. But instead of tearing it from my hands, it gently nudged it almost, as if urging me to follow. I was caught off guard. What was this? The cryptid acting with such care. "Follow," the voice said again, this time with more urgency. The sound seemed to vibrate not just through my mind, but through the very earth beneath my feet. I wasn't sure whether it was a command or an invitation, but something inside me snapped. This wasn't a cryptid I was dealing with. This was something far older, far more intelligent. It had a plan, a purpose. As the smaller creature moved back into the shadows, I stood there, the camera now swinging from my neck. My thoughts were in chaos. Part of me wanted to run to forget everything and leave this place behind. But another part, a much darker part, felt the pull. There was no turning back now. If I left, I might never understand what was truly going on here. I wasn't just hunting a cryptid anymore. I was being hunted by something much greater. I glanced back toward the trees. The first light of dawn was beginning to filter through the canopy, casting a pale glow across the forest floor. The creatures were still there, waiting for me to make my choice. I didn't know what was more unnerving, the silence of the forest, or the urgency in the creature's silent command. The moment stretched, drawing out the tension until it felt like time itself had slowed down. Morning light was creeping through the trees, but it felt like night was trying to hang on, unwilling to let go of its secrets. I stood there, paralyzed by uncertainty, staring at the creatures before me. They were just cryptids. They were something ancient, something tied to the land in ways I couldn't fully understand. I had to make a decision. My mind raced as I weighed the options. I could run. I could turn around and flee back to civilization, back to the safety of familiar faces and known paths. But there was something in the air, something magnetic, pulling me in the other direction. The creature had spoken, and despite the fear gnawing at the edges of my mind, part of me needed to know more. I had to know why it had been hiding, why it had been waiting for decades, and why it had chosen me of all people. Without another word, I began to follow the smaller creature. It moved swiftly, disappearing into the trees with ease. I forced my legs to move, my boots crunching against the forest floor as I made my way deeper into the wilderness. I wasn't sure where I was going, but a strange rhythmic hum seemed to guide me like a heartbeat, steady and unyielding. The trees grew denser as I followed the cryptid, and the light from the rising sun grew faint, swallowed by the thick canopy overhead. I was losing my sense of time, of direction. The forest had become a maze, the air heavy and thick, and the silence felt more oppressive with every step I took. Yet I couldn't stop. I had to know. We finally reached a clearing, an ancient stone circle that seemed out of place in the midst of the wilderness. The stones were weathered, covered in moss and etched with markings that looked like an old forgotten language. The creatures stopped in the center, and I couldn't help but feel a chill run down my spine. It was like stepping into something much older than history itself, as though the land had held onto a secret for centuries, waiting for someone to uncover it. This is where it began. The voice echoed again, and I felt it, this time not in my head, but in my chest. The ground beneath me seemed to pulse with energy. It was as if the earth itself was alive with memory. The Maker's beast had never been just an animal. It had been part of something bigger. The markings on the stones told a story, one that was written in a language I couldn't understand, but I felt the weight of its meaning. I dropped to my knees, my hands trembling as I touched the stones. I wasn't sure if it was the right thing to do, but something deep inside me urged me to learn. To uncover the truth. The cryptids watched unmoving as I studied the symbols. I could feel their eyes on me, almost as if they were waiting for something. Waiting for me to unlock whatever mystery had been buried here. The smaller cryptid darted forward, its sharp claws grazing the stone, tracing the markings as if it recognized them. The larger one stepped forward as well, its glowing eyes fixed on me. For a moment, I felt like I was being tested, like I was on the brink of discovering something monumental. The air crackled with tension, and then without warning, the ground beneath me shifted. The earth beneath my knees gave a sudden bone-jarring tremor, like a giant's footsteps echoing through the foundations of the world itself. I staggered to my feet, my heart pounding in my chest. The creatures tensed, their eyes now fixed on the ground, watching with an intensity that was almost expectant. I was no longer just an observer in this place. Whatever had been set into motion, it was happening now. The air buzzed electric with an energy I couldn't begin to comprehend. The stones, those ancient and weathered relics, began to shift, grinding against each other with an eerie groan. A low hum, much like the one I'd felt before, filled the clearing and vibrated in my bones. It wasn't just sound, it was a presence, a force that seemed to command the very earth to move. The markings on the stones began to glow faintly, casting long shadows across the clearing. As they pulsed, I felt something deep in my chest. It was like a whisper, soft at first, then building to a roar. A voice echoed in my mind again, stronger than before. "You've awakened it." I turned to the creatures, my mind racing. Was this what I'd been waiting for? Had they known this would happen all along? The smaller one stepped closer, its clawed feet scraping against the stone as it moved, eyes fixed on the center of the circle. The larger creature followed suit, its movements slow and deliberate. I was transfixed as the hum grew louder, more insistent, until the ground itself began to shake. Then the earth split. A massive crack appeared in the center of the circle, as if the stones had unlocked some hidden passage deep beneath the ground. From the crack, a low growl emanated, a sound that reverberated through the very air and filled the clearing with an overwhelming sense of dread. The creatures, both the smaller one and the larger, moved back, their eyes wide, their bodies tense. It was as if they were afraid of what was emerging, but they couldn't look away. From the depths of the earth, something ancient and terrifying began to rise. The ground trembled violently now, and I could hear the unmistakable sound of heavy breathing, slow and deliberate, coming from the crack. The creatures backed away even farther, their eyes locked on whatever was emerging. And then, out of the darkness, something massive, covered in thick matted fur and towering above me, rose from the earth. It wasn't like the creatures I had seen before. It was bigger, far more intimidating, with eyes that burned with an unnatural fire. Its jaws were twisted into a grotesque snarl, and its body seemed to ripple with a strength that made the ground shake. I stood frozen, unable to move, the camera hanging uselessly by my side as I watched this beast, this ancient force standing before me. The voice in my mind was no longer soft, no longer a whisper. It was clear, commanding, and full of warning. This is the one we've been hiding from. This is the one who rules the forgotten. And in that moment I realized the truth. The Mako's beast had never been the apex predator. It had been guarding something, hiding something from the world. For decades it had kept the ancient creature beneath the earth, dormant and waiting. And now it was free. As the massive figure loomed over me, its eyes locked onto mine, I knew that my hunt had just become a fight for survival. The reign of terror had only just begun. I never thought I'd be here, out in the middle of nowhere, in the dense woods where the shadows seemed to stretch longer than the day. I'm Sam Carter, a Navy SEAL, and I've been in places no man should ever go face things that would make most people turn their back. But what I encountered in these forests wasn't like anything I'd seen before, and the more I dug, the more I realized the truth. This wasn't just a rescue mission, it was a cover-up. It all started with a phone call that rattled me more than it should have. Missing hikers, just a couple of them out in the Olympic National Park. At first I thought it was another routine mission, one of those things where the forest's fastness gets the best of people. They get lost, make bad decisions, and you find them a day or two later, dehydrated but alive. That's what I expected. What I didn't expect were the whispers. The first sign something was off came when I met with a ranger on duty. He was nervous, jittery, even, eyes darting around like he was expecting something to leap out of the trees. He barely spoke, his words tight, measured. "There's something you should know about this park," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "It's not what it seems." At the time, I shrugged it off. Too many long hours in the field. Too many wild theories. But as soon as I set foot into those woods, I knew something wasn't right. The air felt wrong. It pressed in on me thick and heavy, like the forest itself was holding its breath. The trees, tall, ancient and unnervingly still, seemed to watch me. When I found the first body, a hiker named Mark Jensen, I stopped in my tracks. There wasn't the usual signs of wild animal attacks. There were no bite marks or claw scratches. His limbs were twisted unnaturally, as if something had been playing with him, bending him in ways his body shouldn't have been able to go. The worst part, his face. He wasn't afraid, he wasn't even in pain. His eyes were wide open, staring into something that wasn't there anymore. That's when I realized this wasn't just another missing person case. This was something far more dangerous, something that wasn't supposed to exist. I spent the next few hours combing the area around Mark's body. It didn't make sense. There was no blood, no signs of struggle. Everything was eerily clean, too clean. The forest should have been full of sounds of life, but it was dead silent. The only thing I could hear was my own breathing, ragged and sharp as I moved further into the woods. There was something watching me, I could feel it. That's when I heard the voice. It was faint at first, barely audible over the wind, but there was no mistaking it. A whisper, a soft rhythmic sound like someone singing just out of reach. I froze every muscle in my body, walking up. I scanned the trees, but there was nothing, just the endless stretch of wilderness. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up as the whisper grew louder, more distinct. The words were impossible to understand, but they carried an undeniable weight. My instinct screamed at me to turn back, but I didn't. I pushed forward deeper into the forest, following the eerie melody. My heart pounded in my chest, but my legs moved on their own. It was like the forest was pulling me in, guiding me towards something. I came across another body just before nightfall. This one wasn't as clean as the first. The hiker, a woman named Lisa, had been mauled. Her throat torn out, her limbs barely recognizable. But there was something strange about the way she was positioned. Her body was arranged carefully, almost as if someone had placed her there. The ground beneath her was disturbed, like something had been digging at the earth. It wasn't an animal. It was methodical, deliberate. I crouched down to inspect the ground more closely when I heard it again. The whisper. This time it was much closer. My eyes darted around the clearing, and there, standing at the edge of the trees, was a figure. Tall, hunched over, its features obscured by the darkness. It wasn't human. It wasn't even close. I reached for my weapon, my hand trembling as I tried to steady myself. The figure didn't move. It just stood there, watching, and then, as suddenly as it had appeared, it disappeared into the trees, vanishing without a trace. I didn't wait. I grabbed Lisa's body and carried it back toward the campsite, my thoughts racing. The government knew something about this. They had too. There was no way these creatures, whatever they were, could exist without their knowledge. I had to find out, but I was on my own now. No one else knew the truth. I spent the night in the cold, staring into the fire, trying to make sense of what I'd seen. The shadows seemed to shift unnaturally, dancing around the campfire like they had a life of their own. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me, something far older and more dangerous than I could ever imagine. Every crackling ember, every gust of wind felt like it carried a message, a warning. The next morning I found the first real clue, a patch of torn fabric caught on a thorny bush. It was too clean to be from a hiker. This wasn't the usual shredded gear you'd find after someone had fallen or struggled. It looked deliberate, like someone had torn it off intentionally, leaving it behind as a marker. The fabric was a deep military green, faded from years of wear. And now I was getting closer to something big, something far beyond missing hikers. But I had to stay focused. The government was involved, and if there was one thing I knew about government secrets, it was that they didn't come out easily. I made my way toward the edge of the park, where a few park rangers were stationed. There weren't much help, just a couple of guys who had seen enough to be scared, but not enough to understand what was really going on. When I asked about the strange deaths, one of them, a man named Dave, looked around nervously before speaking. "I'm not the first to ask about this," he said in a low voice. "A lot of people don't make it out here. And it's not just the animals. Not anymore." "What do you mean?" I asked, leaning in closer. He hesitated. his eyes darting to the forest. There's something different out there, something the government's been experimenting with. We don't know what it is, but we know they've been using this place for something else, something they don't want anyone to find out about. I felt the hair on my neck stand up. What kind of experiments? Dave shook his head. I couldn't say. All I know is that we were told to stay out of certain areas, told to turn a blind eye to things that didn't make sense. It's not just wildlife out there anymore. It's something else, something that shouldn't be alive. His words hung in the air, heavy and foreboding. I knew I had to dig deeper, but the more I uncovered, the more I realized how dangerous this was. The government wasn't just covering up the existence of creatures, they were hiding the fact that they were controlling them, using them for something horrifying. I roofed Dave with a promise to return, but as I made my way back into the woods, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being hunted not just by the creatures, but something much worse. Something that had control over everything in these woods. The falls grew darker as the day wore on, the light barely filtering through the thick canopy above. I walked cautiously, trying to make sense of the growing web of conspiracy and terror. The pieces were coming together, but the picture they painted was worse than I could have ever imagined. I wasn't just dealing with dangerous wildlife, this was something engineered, something that should never have existed in the first place. As I pushed deeper into the park, the whispers started again. This time, they weren't distant. They were close, surrounding me. My pulse quickened as I spun around, scanning the trees. There was nothing, just the same suffocating silence. But I knew I wasn't alone. The forest had an unnatural stillness to it, like the calm before a storm. Then through the thick underbrush, I saw something. A flash of movement, barely visible in the shadows. I crouched low, my breath shallow, and waited. The figure didn't move like a human, it was quick, darting between the trees with unnatural speed. A ripple of dread ran through me as I recognized the outline. The creature, tall, hunched, its limbs too long, too thin, and its head too large for its body. I didn't wait to get a better look. I turned and ran. The creature gave chase, its movements fluid and terrifying. It was faster than I could ever hope to be, closing the distance between us with every step. My heart hammered in my chest as I pushed myself harder, knowing that if I slowed down, I would make it. The trees blurred past me, but the creature was right behind me, its ragged breath echoing through the forest. It was gaining, but just as I thought I was done for, something else happened. A loud roar echoed through the forest, so powerful that it shook the ground beneath my feet. The creature screeched in response, its chase momentarily broken. I took my chance and ducked behind a large rock, my body trembling with adrenaline. From my hiding spot, I watched as two more creatures emerged from the shadows. They were like nothing I had ever seen, their skin mottled in gray, their eyes gleaming with an eerie intelligence. They began to fight amongst themselves, each one growling and clawing at the other. It was chaotic, violent, and brutal. I couldn't help but wonder, had they been created to fight each other, or was this just a natural instinct? I knew then that I wasn't just dealing with creatures born of nature. These things had been made, and the government was using them for something far darker than I had ever imagined. I wanted to find answers before I became just another body buried in the woods. I made my way back toward the ranger station, but I was no longer sure I could trust anyone. I was on my own now. I had to uncover the truth, no matter the cost. The days blurred together as I kept pushing forward deeper into the wilderness and further into the heart of the conspiracy that seemed to choke the very air around me. The creatures, whatever they were just hunting. They were tracking like predators that had learned how to use the land to their advantage. I began to realize they weren't just wild animals, they were smart. Too smart. And I had no doubt now that they were engineered, designed for something much darker than I could wrap my head around. I couldn't go back, not after what I'd seen, The government had been covering this up for years, and now it was my responsibility to expose it. Even if it meant my life, I had no choice. My time in the SEALs had taught me how to survive against impossible odds, but nothing prepared me for this. The creatures were hunting, yes, but I was hunting them right back. I couldn't stay in the open for long. The forest was too vast, too hostile. I had to find shelter, somewhere I could think, somewhere I could plan my next move. As night fell, I found a secluded cave hidden in the side of a mountain. It wasn't much, but it was enough to keep me hidden for now. I set up a small camp, lit a fire, and tried to steady my nerves, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that the forest itself was alive and aware of my presence. I decided to rest for a few hours, but sleep didn't come easy. The whispering was back, louder this time, more insistent. It felt like it was coming from all around me, from the trees, from the wind, from the very ground beneath me. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to block it out, but it was no use. The voice was clear. Now its tone was cold and unnatural. Find them, they must be found. The words echoed in my head, repeating over and over again. It was like the forest itself was speaking to me, as if it knew what I was searching for. I couldn't understand it, but I knew I had to follow the message. I had to find the truth. I packed up my things and moved out before dawn, trying to ignore the creeping sense of dread that was crawling up my spine. I knew where I had to go next, the heart of the park, where the government had established a hidden research facility years ago. The place was supposedly abandoned, but I had no doubt it wasn't empty. If anything, it was the epicenter of the nightmare I was trapped in. I had to move quickly. Every second I spent in the forest brought me closer to the creatures, closer to whatever twisted experiments the government had conducted. I wasn't just looking for answers anymore, I was looking for a way out, but the forest was getting closer. The creatures were circling, and I had no idea if I would survive long enough to find the truth. The path to the abandoned research facility was overgrown and nearly impassable, and I had to crawl through thick brush and brambles to make any headway. But the urgency pushed me forward each step, more determined than the last. I had a sinking feeling that the deeper I went, the closer I was getting to the heart of the horror, but I had to see it through. If I was going to stop what was happening in those woods, I needed to know exactly what they had done. The further I traveled, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. The trees seemed to close in around me, their massive trunks standing like silent sentinels watching my every move. The air grew colder, and the silence was almost deafening. It was like the forest itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. By the time I reached the facility, the sky had darkened and the wind had picked up, whipping through the trees with an eerie howl. The building itself was massive, a sprawling complex of concrete and steel that had once been a state-of-the-art research center. There was a hollow shell, abandoned and decaying. But as I approached the entrance, I saw signs that the place wasn't as empty as it appeared. There were fresh tracks, human, and something else, something far larger. I took a deep breath and stepped inside. The air inside was stale, thick with dust and the smell of something rotting. The place was a ghost town, its corridors long since abandoned, but there were signs of a struggle, shattered glass, bloodstains smeared on the walls, and most chilling of all, the remnants of cages. Large metal enclosures, some torn apart as if something had tried to escape. It hit me then. The creatures weren't just born from the wilderness. They had been made. And this was where it had started. I moved cautiously through the hallways, my footsteps echoing off the walls. My mind raced with questions. Who was responsible for this? What had they created? And why? But there was no one here to answer me. No one but the creatures. And I found it. A room marked with a warning sign. Classified highly restricted area. I forced the door open, and what I saw inside made my blood run cold. The walls were lined with monitors and strange machinery. The air was thick with the hum of power, and the screens displayed images of the creatures, close-up shots of their twisted, contorted forms. But it wasn't just the creatures that caught my eye. It was the names written beneath them. Test subjects, numbers, experiment logs. The government had been using these things for experiments, turning them into weapons. And the worst part, they were still here, still alive, being monitored and manipulated. The creatures weren't just products of a failed experiment. They were part of something much larger, something far more terrifying. I backed away from the screens, my mind racing. But before I could make my next move, I heard the unmistakable sound of footsteps behind me. I spun around, weapon raised, heart pounding in my chest. But there was no one there. The room was empty and silent. Yet the air felt charged, as if something was about to happen. Then I heard it. A low growl. I slowly turned. And there, emerging from the shadows, were two of the creatures. Larger now, their bodies covered in scars from their battles. They had found me. I didn't have time to think. I ran as fast as I could through the abandoned hallways, my heart pounding in my chest. The creatures were close, their claws scraping along the floor, their growls echoing in the corridors. I knew I couldn't outrun them forever, but I had to try. I had to survive long enough to expose the truth. As I burst through the doors into the wilderness, I felt a surge of hope, until I saw the helicopters. The government was here, and they weren't just going to let me walk away. They were going to stop me, no matter what it took. But I wasn't ready to die. Not yet. I had the evidence. I had the truth. And no matter how far I had to run, I was going to make sure the world knew what the government had done in those woods. They couldn't hide it anymore. Not for me. Not for anyone. Thanks for listening, horror cowboys. See you tomorrow at the same time.